Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for a special stream once again because it's time for the Monday Night Raw watch along. Of course, Raw is coming to you live from Birmingham, England today, so it's a great opportunity for us at the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel to cover this in real time. We don't often get to do that, so these European tours are a real treat for us and hopefully a treat for you. What we're going to do is break down the card in a moment. We'll also have a look back at SmackDown before having a play-by-play experience with tonight's Monday Night Raw. And that'll be right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, welcome back to the channel, guys. Really looking forward to tonight's stream. Last weekend, of course, we did it for SmackDown as well, but you're here for this bank holiday weekend and time to focus on Monday Night Raw. Of course, bank holiday weekend in wrestling is a big one these days. I'm talking about the August bank holiday, of course, here in the UK, because we get AEW. I was going to say all in. It wasn't all in this year. They were only half in, if you will. It was Forbidden Door, and I haven't managed to catch up with it as much as I'd like so far. But Lucas from the channel was there at the O2 last night. So we've got some videos on this channel as far as shorts go, and a few other clips on our social media channels, such as RM Pro Wrestling, such as TikTok and Twitter or X. So have a look at those if you haven't already. But tonight it's all about WWE again, and it's all about Monday Night Raw. So yeah, get your comments in. Let me know what you're looking forward to about tonight's show. And let's run down the card. But again, if you're new here, I am Scott. And this is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel's watch-along experience for Monday Night Raw. We're about 57 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting, by the way. So what we're going to do now is break down the card and break down the kind of rumors flying around surrounding the show itself. And then we'll also talk a little bit about Friday Night SmackDown and my thoughts on that as well. And Lucas will let us know what he thought of it. Let's move into tonight's action, though. First of all, it's going to open up with Roman Reigns. That's how WWE have scheduled this and how they've kind of announced it. They say Monday Night Raw will open with Roman Reigns as he grabs a mic to address his assist to Jey Uso last week, of course, helping his cousin just a few days ago, and surely reigniting some sort of version of the bloodline with him. Also tonight, we're going to see Becky Lynch calling out Nikki Bella. Of course, they've been feuding a little bit back and forth lately. The Women's Intercontinental Champion has got a few things to get off her chest when it comes to... No, sorry, Nikki Bella does, because she's going to be the one doing the calling out. She's going to be calling out Becky Lynch on tonight's show as well. So looking forward to that, see where that storyline goes from here. Sticking with the women, though, we've also got Rhea Ripley and Roxanne Perez facing off, and the... former Judgment Day member battles against the current Judgment Day member tonight, and looking to make it 3-0, by the way. Rhea Ripley is 2-0 when it comes to singles matches against Roxanne Perez. So I've got a sneaky feeling she won't get the third. So that is coming up tonight, and again, a big part of tonight's branding and advertisement for the show. Also is Kofi Kingston versus Penta. This is a match that hasn't happened before. It's the first ever time these two will face off, and going to be a match I'm looking forward to be honest. I mean, it's a 3-hour show, so I think they're going to give it a bit of time. Of course, there's a lot of things on this show that won't be announced ahead of time. So I'm hoping this does get a bit of time. It doesn't get squeezed in, essentially, because I do think these two are out here to potentially put on a very fun match. Of course, you can see in this version of the graphic as well, Xavier Woods and Grayson Waller himself as well. So those are the things that have been announced for Monday Night Raw tonight. Get your comments in. Let me know what you think is going to happen, what you're most looking forward to. Generally speaking, I'm just looking forward to the vibe, man. I really enjoy these European or international shows in general, whether they be PLEs or they be episodes of TV such as Raw or SmackDown. And Birmingham tonight, of course, here in the UK. And it means we can watch it at a reasonable time. Also, of course, SmackDown, we did a watch along for that just a few days ago when it was at the Free Arena in Dublin. Of course, quite a fun show there as well. And thank you to everyone that joined us on that stream that have come back tonight for the Monday Night Raw stream as well. So we're about 54 minutes away from Monday Night Raw kicking off. Again, when the show goes live, we will still be live, and this will be your play-by-play watch-along experience. And I want to know what you guys think of the show as the show rolls on as well. But also, I want to know what you guys thought of Friday Night SmackDown. It was a pretty eventful show. I mean, we saw the return, of course, of Damian Priest. We saw a little swerve from Becky Lynch. Of course, she had to play the bad guy. But for me, overall, I thought it was a pretty enjoyable show. Of course, we saw John Cena and Logan Paul go head-to-head as well just before they actually do so in Paris, just under a week away. So what we're going to do now is throw it over to my original thoughts, essentially, of Friday Night SmackDown. I'm going to be lurking in the background, though, so keep your comments coming. I am going to be reacting to those, and then when I come back live, I will also read some of those out as well. So without further ado, we're going to throw it over to our original review of Friday Night SmackDown before we come back and talk all things Monday Night Raw.
Him when he obviously is back in a couple.
Yeah, I mean, without the shock, because I think a lot of the reaction, the positive reaction, would come from shock of, we're at an event and wow, a big superstar's come back. Once the dust settles, I think it's going to be a little bit different once people are in person. Look, this is something we can go into much deeper, of course, and we've done it a few times on this channel already, surrounding the kind of complications around Brock Lesnar at the time, and it felt like he wasn't going to come back anytime soon. And he has. But that's leading towards WrestlePalooza. As you say, a lot of tonight was about kind of fine-tuning, almost getting towards Clash in Paris, I should say, not the castle this time. But sowing the seeds a little bit for WrestlePalooza. Now, of course, it was a SmackDown show, but as we alluded to already, it started out with Becky Lynch, and it was a great kind of opening segment. I think both of us agreed it was a fantastic promo from Becky, and she did the typical thing of, I'm going to big up, look at us. We made it, right? No, actually, I made it. You guys suck. That kind of thing. And I thought it was a really good opening segment. Again, leads to this main event, which is a very, very weird short match in itself. But just generally speaking, mate, what did you think of the opening of SmackDown? Do you think it was a good way to start the show?
Yeah. I think although it probably went a bit longer than it needed to, it did make sense in this occasion because you had the whole shock factor of Becky and then the turn factor. But obviously, I guess maybe I'm tainted by the fact that obviously, Christopher, bless him, he did basically spoil this for us, which, then when we saw it kind of play out, we're like, oh, okay, it's not as surprising. It's also nice as well to get the women's division, obviously, as part of the main event.
Yeah.
But it still hasn't, when you look at the full story of what they told, I don't know what they're going for. We're still no closer to who's facing Tiffany next because, does Jade face her next? I'm guessing because she pinned Nia.
Yeah,
but it's still very much face, even though there was some weird looks between Tiffany and Jade right at the very end.
It felt more long term. It felt like they're going to go back to that. And they themselves knew that wasn't strong enough to close the show. So therefore, they ended it with Cena. Because just before that match, I was thinking to myself, could you have not ended with what we've just seen? That kind of chaos of Damian Priest coming back and Drew McIntyre and all that kind of stuff. Could they not have ended without Randy Orton showing up as a surprise as well? I still felt like, that's not an ending to the show, but it was still more than what I expected the women to kind of do as far as what story.
The problem with that, it would have been good if it's leading to something involving any of those people at the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
I know now, because they've only booked 4 matches, that probably not going to get any of those people on Clash.
Well, it's the thing, it's still not Clash related, but at least it's a big story that they just went, even though we've started putting up the credits, we're going to go backstage now to look at, because that's the story. So the headline, because I said to you, didn't I, about an hour ago now, like, what's the headline coming out of this show? It doesn't feel like it's going to be related to the women's division at all. And the best they can do is Jade and Tiff go at it, which we've already seen. And that was their answer. They wanted to make Becky in the main event because it was in Dublin, but they knew from a TV perspective that wasn't going to be the close to the show. So it was an interesting way to book it. And I don't know if they've got the best of both worlds or they've messed up both, because they were both rushed as well. But going back to that beginning segment, I think the best part of what we saw from Becky, because we barely saw anything from her at the end, was that opening segment. Again, typical heel stuff. But it just shows she's on another level, especially within the women's division as far as her kind of storytelling and her mic skills. I thought it was very, very clever and a really enjoyable way to open the show. After that, we did get a nice little backstage segment as well with Jimmy Uso and Sami Zayn kind of enjoying the fruits of Jimmy's labor a little bit. And then the MFTs show up to ruin the party. Solo with a funny comment basically saying, look, Jimmy, I know the ship is sailed for you, but when that baby comes along, we'll have plenty of opportunities for him to kind of come and join, for them to come and join us, which I thought was quite funny as well. But we get into our first match here. We also get Mello Don't Miz versus the Motor City Machine Guns. Thoughts on this one? As you say, it was a very smooth kind of match and delivery, really, as always, from the Machine Guns, and told an interesting story as far as Mello Don't Miz go. They continue to kind of build from last week's SmackDown, and already we've seen an announcement for a match next week. So where do you think we're going with this one? Do you think next week's the time we see it? And what did you think of tonight's kind of shenanigans between the
I think if we link both tag matches together, because they've had one division that has had actually some storyline movement has been the tag division, because we now know next week we're going to see the 2 winning teams basically of tonight's tag matches. They are going to be in action next week against each other for non contendership. So it is showing some forward movement in that, because we had obviously Miz and Mello, they beat the Machine Guns, and we had Street Profits beat MFTs. So I think that's one division that we can be proud of. I thought this match was very solid though. It was a good opener. It was good at furthering a lot of storylines with the Miz and Mello thing. And I don't think we're going to get the turn next week, I think we get the. I think because the Miz is getting good reactions and because it's still quite new, I'd ride it out to a title match. I'm deadly honest. I'd ride it out to a title match, and if you want to do the turn, then fair enough. But I definitely wouldn't. Yeah, I'm with you in thinking that it's not going to be a long thing. This, or it shouldn't be a long thing. But then saying that, the Street Profits have been meant to turn to each other.
All right, apologies, guys. Seem to be having some technical difficulties there. Appreciate that. We lost audio at the start, and then for some reason it just froze there. As soon as I came back on the air, though, I heard it in my headphones. It was working again. So please forgive us for this, guys. We're going to throw it back over to our review from SmackDown. Again, I'm lurking in the background. Keep your comments coming. I'll be picking my favorites for when we go back live again, where we will be watching Raw in real time with all you lovely people as well. All right, back to the SmackDown review.
So I wouldn't be too surprised if it is just, they're going to just lose the tag Tom title match and keep teaming for another 3 years.
Well, yeah, I think the title, especially depending on the story they want to tell, and I think you can kind of do it with a White Six because, again, nobody really knows where they. People like them, they're intrigued by them, but they're heels at the same time. I think so. Like you can use them as the fall guys in this story of almost like coming around to the Miz. Let's say you do go for the Carmelo Hayes heel turn, that the Miz nearly got another opportunity in this stage of his career to become a champion, but the young jealous upstart who was supposed to be taken under his wing ruined it for the both of them out of spite. So, and I think the White Six can easily then scuttle away and do their own little storyline away from that as well. So it kind of does make sense, and it is, as you say, one that could go all the way up to the championship match itself, or maybe, who knows, they become champion and it's a long way away. The next match we saw, though, Charlotte Flair versus Piper Niven. Pretty impressive match, this one here. Again, not too long, but I really enjoyed what I saw, especially from Piper, which is mad because you think about it, like it's almost a throwaway match, but 5 years ago, if you said these two facing off, I'd be thinking, oh, what is it, a SummerSlam match? Because Piper, I mean, she's still great, don't get me wrong, but she's not positioned in the way I think many of us thought she would be when she came into the company. But a match like this really shows off her talents because she's incredible, I think, character-wise. I think she's done so well since she's been in the WWE to improve on that sort of stuff, and kind of, add that string to her bow, if you will. But this match really, and I think it is because she was in there with someone like Charlotte, to me started to show off reminders of like just how good she is in the ring.
Yeah, I think obviously we did get confirmation that they are getting a tag team title shot next week, which, to be fair, I will take back some of my moan. I think we have seen progression onto next week's episode. I would like to clarify. We haven't really seen a lot of progression into where we're going on the PLE stage, is what I meant. But I thought it was a solid match. There was some nice, kind of bits and pieces they both did. I think, it was definitely a nice star-making vehicle for Piper Niven. I think, obviously, having a win over Charlotte Flair is always a good thing to have under your belt.
Can't hurt.
Constantly, Chelsea and Secret Service are kind of on the receiving end of a lot of losses in this company, so it was nice to see them actually get a win.
Yeah.
Particularly because I don't think they're going to win. Because obviously, to be aware, but there's the mixed tag match at NXT Heatwave this Sunday. Chelsea Green and Ethan Page, or Ethan Page, as Santino Marella calls him, taking on Tyra May Steele and Tavion Heights, doing like a US. I don't know how much you know of this, but US versus Canada kind of storyline. I don't imagine the villains will win that. So I'd say that it was definitely like a much needed win for Chelsea and Co. Before that happens, but I think, I think as well, like it's just good. and refreshing them, learning from previous mistakes with the women's tag belts, already having the next thing ready. Not kind of letting it be forgot.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I know. I'll say the secret. No, I don't know. Maybe not. I was gonna say I know they're not gonna win the titles, but
I heavy doubt.
they are a team that, like, I would say deserve a spotlight like that. And it'd be interesting as a kind of shift from them looking after the US champ in Chelsea Green, and then her suddenly not being the one with the gold, and the team that look after her being with the gold. So it'd be an interesting way to take that story. But yeah, looking forward to it, and hopefully it's a good match next week on SmackDown. Again, that'll be coming to you from Lyon in France, and we'll be doing our best to cover all of these European shows on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel in depth. Matthew's in the house that says, "What do you rate this SmackDown?" We'll get to that at the end, Matthew, but thank you for the comments. I do want to hear what Lucas thinks as far as the rating goes. So stay tuned. We'll get to that at the end of the stream. And he says, "Let's freaking fracking get it." Nice one, mate. Alfred says, "When is the John Cena versus Logan Paul match?" So we did see that as the closing segment again on Friday Night SmackDown. Logan Paul hits him with a pretty sweet punch to the jaw. That match is taking place at Clash in Paris, which is at time of recording just over a week and a half away. I believe it's on the 31st or something. No, nearly 2 weeks. Yeah, okay, yeah. We're on our way there, essentially, on our way to Paris. On the way, though, there is, of course, Dublin, and again, a fun edition of SmackDown. We did see Julia backstage. My goodness, we made quite a few jokes earlier on, didn't we, Lucas, about Julia not popping up at all. And then what do you know? She shows up backstage, and Michin has challenged her to a championship match. I'm sure that we'll get there eventually. But of course, that was with Kiana James, who's getting involved as well. Michin says, "Look, if you're offering me 2 matches, that's not a bad thing. I'm happy to take them both, and then I'm taking the title." So we'll see where we get to with that one. We then get the for me, probably the most entertaining segment of the night, and that is of John Cena and Logan Paul. Cena makes his return to Friday Night SmackDown and live in Dublin. Of course, instantly interrupted by Logan Paul. Cena didn't even get to say a word, but then let Logan speak for quite some time, and then basically, as you said earlier on, as expected, would undress him pretty quickly on the mic as well. What are your thoughts of this one?
Yeah, this was brilliant, to be fair. It wasn't really a weak part of the whole segment. I think it did what it needed to do. I can understand why they went for Becky starting the show, the hometown pop, that kind of thing, and it set on the main event. But obviously, this also would have worked as like a nice segment, particularly because it bookends anyway what happened later on with Logan attack him. I think the promo in particular, I think it did a very good job. This is the thing when they're having all this stuff close together, and like I said, we know what's coming next. Like, we know it's Brock Lesnar, so we know literally, minute Clash finishes, it is Brock o'clock for John Cena. Oh no, God!
Mate, you've just coined the T-shirt there.
The thing is, what's annoying is they're going to say it at some point, aren't they?
Oh gosh, mate.
But
yeah,
and so we know that end of 9 days time,
and it might be in Paris as well. You know, that could be a nice little surprise at the end, as far as like a big story coming out of it, at least similar to.
Well, that might be what Nick's trying to tell him, and then he can't.
Like, he's gonna be there. Yeah. What? So you think every week Nick might just go to give him some news, and Logan Paul just attack like every kind of show until then, essentially?
Well, we've only got one show left, haven't we? Next week to go. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's only Leon, and then we're straight into it. Yeah, good point, actually. So yeah, I mean, I do wonder if, again, this is something that happens at the end of the show, but kind of jumping forward, I do wonder if that closing segment and that comment of, "Oh, I just spoke to Brock Lesnar, and he says is ever going to be sold, or if it's going to." It's not a big deal if it's not, but I really am not a fan of when they do this sort of thing and they forget it was just for that night. It really frustrates me when they do stuff like that.
I'd imagine because it's Brock Lesnar, who, again, we've done enough about talking about the controversy around him, but because it's Brock Lesnar, I can only imagine that his name's being said for a reason. And it's one of those where either it's going to be revealed next week what he was going to say, and so it's going to be okay. he wants a face at WrestlePalooza, fair enough, or it's going to be revealed by him. That makes sense. So, like, if he was to attack in Paris, I then think on the SmackDown after Clash, it will be, oh, Nick always tried to warn you.
I was coming,
You know,
yeah.
But I think it will be solved because of it being Brock Lesnar. I don't think. Yeah, I definitely think Brock's not the guy you want to kind of annoy by kind of saying his name and not having anything for it. Like, you know, I think there's a lot of documentation of how Brock's treated people in that company when they've tried to, you know, piss him off, basically. Look at Braun Strowman and Matt Riddle and people like that, who he's had to give a dressing down to. But I think, I think it will get solved. I think, but all in, it's some very good storytelling for this feud. I would argue my only gripe, I think, is I get the whole right hand thing, but I do think we need to see like a more serious beatdown from Logan in order to sell him that he could win this match.
Yeah, I was going to jump into it and say, who do you think's winning? But that is really not for tonight's stream. Of course, we will be diving into Clash in Paris as we get closer to it with that show in Lyon, where we'll be covering SmackDown in depth, as we will be doing Raw in Birmingham as well. And then on the build-up show, we'll really dive into our predictions for Clash in Paris as well. But, you know, without jumping into who you think's going to win, I kind of get where you're coming from of we need to be able to sell that Logan can win. So he's hitting with a cheap shot tonight. So does that mean next week he like really just beats him down or something?
I think we've got to see a bit. This goes for a lot of feuds. Actually, a lot of the problems I have a lot of feuds in WWE at the moment is we don't see enough physicality, and it then I know they want to save for the pay per view and they don't want to risk injuries on tour, and then they can't do the match on PLA. I get a lot of this, but I'm also a case of where with this, you know, I thought this segment they did the promo segment, in my opinion, should have been used as the catalyst, the vehicle to get a more serious Logan Paul into this match, because he's still going into this match a bit with a whole delusion of like, I'm Logan Paul, I'm the best, like still like, you know, I'm the best thing in this company, blah blah. But seem to dress him down in such a way that I think it now means we need to see a more serious Logan Paul. You know, because literally this could be like you know, you're thinking like in kayfabe, you know, if you're Logan Paul at this junction, if you beat John Cena at Clash in Paris, theoretically you should become the number one contender to face Cody Rhodes, because you was the last champion and he was probably the biggest name in the company. You know, you're beating him, so surely you shouldn't go, okay, right, WrestlePalooza, it's me and Cody.
Yeah, true.
You know, if you're looking at it from a kayfabe point of view, if this, you know, so I think it only makes sense for Logan to get more serious and take this match more seriously. It's not just, like the random tag match he had at SummerSlam, for example. This is like a bona fide style-making opportunity here for him to do.
Yeah.
I think we should see a bit more seriousness. So my only gripe with that is, but maybe we will see this next week win the match itself. So it's not a total problem now. And I get that I reckon it was probably done because, they knew they didn't have enough with that main event, you know, to have it as like that last segment. But the promo segment was very, very good.
I do think that Logan, I get what you mean. He's, you know, being a bit more serious next week, but I think we got a hint of that tonight. You know, he did play into it. And again, similar to what he did with Jelly Roll and Randy Orton with Drew, this kind of somewhat being like, hey, like I'm always here and they're outsiders. It was kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We all know I really am that. I thought you got RKO'd out of nowhere then, Lucas. I was like, what is going on? I turned away a little bit. But he kind of touched on that a little bit here as well in a different way with John Cena by basically being like, look, I give you these fast style matches. This guy does 5 moves and he goes away, you know, like he kind of, he's lent into that a little bit more, but I know what you mean. I think getting a bit more serious with it next week, not just being, I'm so great, blah, 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 in a kind of typical heel way, but really diving into that kind of, telling the story about how there is a difference between him and Cena and how Cena is on the way out and he is on the way up as well. So be interesting to see where we go with that one. But a good segment overall. I'm in agreement with you. I think it was good delivery from both of these guys, and it was probably the biggest story coming out of the show. Again, they touched on it at the end of the night as well to really kind of drive that home. Next up, though, we did have the Street Profits in tag team action against the MFTs, and we kind of loosely touched on this a little bit earlier on as well. Not the most amazing match, but still pretty entertaining for what we saw. It was JC Mateo, sorry, and Tongaloa. I'm getting them all mixed up now. Where is Tamatonga, by the way? It'd be nice to see him back soon. Yeah, it'd be nice to see him back. Good match. Won by the Street Profits with a beautiful frog splash, as you would expect. A match that saw shenanigans, as we always expect with a Bloodline or Bloodline adjacent type storyline, where we saw Sami Zayn make his way out there, and that, of course, was to chase off Talatonga, who was angrily chasing after Jimmy Uso, who had hit him in the back with a steel chair. So again, a lot of the same old stuff when it comes to these characters, but still, I can't lie, I can't pretend I weren't entertained. It was a pretty good segment, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just a case of now we've got 2 matches that need to happen within this. You can argue 3 because there's a tag option too, but definitely Jimmy against Talatonga, and then definitely Solo Sikoa against Sami Zayn. And then you could argue, obviously, you could make that into a tag as well. There's multiple versions of that tag that could happen, I guess. A cool thing they could do is obviously have them do a tag with, well, 2 of the non-Solo Sikoas against 2 of the non-Solo Sikoas, to then obviously earn the title shot.
Yeah.
So you could do that, and then you've got matches like that, but it's like those aren't going to PLE. Surely they're just going to be TV.
Yeah, I think some of them could with the right kind of backing behind it, and I do think
Solo could.
Sami and Solo for sure.
Well,
but it depends how they book it. I think a lot of it does feel like TV because that's just the way TV's been. But it does feel like, and this is something I think Andy brought up on the SummerSlam build up about, like, eventually, surely, War Games will be, again, Bloodline versus MFTs or something like that. So, I mean, that's another conversation for another day. But it does feel like they're already setting us up for that, because we've got now Sami and Jimmy working together, and they're back involved in this kind of MFT Bloodline storyline. So I do think there are these smaller feuds to be told, because there is probably the big one to be told at the end of the year, which is crazy to think, because, look, I know we're getting into the latter part of the year, but hey, it's still sunny out, man. I don't want to be talking about Survivor Series just yet, but it does feel like we're starting to get there already. But look, when it comes to tonight's show in Dublin and the kind of offering we got from these 2 teams, I thought it was a well-contested match, pretty enjoyable. Your same old stuff with shenanigans, but look, I'm not against it. So a pretty good segment overall.
Yeah.
Then after that match, we start to get into the really confusing and rushed stuff. And again, I say rushed because really don't know if this was a timing thing, because as we were talking about it on the watch along, and again, thank you to everyone that's joined us live for this instant reaction review, but of course everyone that joined us for the watch along section as well. There was the advertisement from last week of Aleister Black versus R-Truth, which is a feud that's been bubbling under the surface. And on the watch along, I was saying, look, it's not great for either guy. Then we didn't get it, and all of a sudden it did feel much bigger, because the replacement for R-Truth, and if you didn't see SmackDown yet, it was basically Truth saying, sorry guys, but I actually flew to Dublin, Georgia, I think it was. My bad. So I've got a replacement, and it's Damian Priest. It was a nice pop for Damian Priest, nice return, and a feud that suddenly starts to make a little bit more sense as far as elevating Aleister Black by using, as you said rightly when we were on the watch along, someone that they've put a lot of stock in, really, essentially, with Damian Priest, someone that they've made world champion. They've, it's not, let's be honest, the last 6 months haven't worked out the way I think a lot of us expected, or I'm sure Damian expected, as far as being in that main event scene. He's kind of got a little lost in the shuffle. Moving him over to SmackDown gives him that opportunity. And I think this is a great way, as far as a feud, to bring Aleister back up, because he's a bit lost at the moment, by bringing someone who's of higher stock than him at the moment in Damian Priest. And then once that's done, cool, I'll leave you here, Aleister. You go off and have some feuds, and Damian goes back up to the main event title picture scene, which I'm hoping is the case here. But this is a positive start, essentially, to that story, if that is the case.
Yeah. I mean, well, say start, because they did the whole attack segment a few weeks back.
Yeah, they've got... The seed's already there, but the wheels are in motion now, essentially. Yeah.
And this potentially could be a PLE match, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know for Clash, obviously. I think that's too soon. But Resapalooza, potentially. Or even in Perth, because that's very close together as well.
True.
So we have got some time to let this situation go. And yeah, it's always a sucker when obviously they hype something and they don't deliver. But I think something smart they did do is at least have R-Truth do a promo as part of the show.
And it fits his character. I think taking away anything, as you say, is risky. Taking away Truth at a time where people were probably a little bit annoyed about the way Truth's been treated anyway, and they've really enjoyed him, was a risk. But if there's any character that can get away with it, it's Truth.
Yeah. And I think, and also, well, the replacement being bigger is always a good thing. Like, you couldn't have just had, like, a randomer show up. It had to be someone bigger. And I think it was done quite well. Obviously, we have seen a lot of pull-apart brawls this year. You know, a lot, you can probably lost count how many we've seen. But I think this was a good, it was a nice, brief way of doing things. And it led nicely into the next segment. I mean, they need to do more stuff like this, like genuinely, with the amount of people they've got on the roster, the amount of kind of stories they want to tell. Because obviously, straight after this, which obviously they didn't drag out, they just kind of had the little brawl happen, and then that was that. They then had the announcers go to give an announcement about, well, they did a nothing announcement essentially, which happens quite a lot nowadays in newscasting, where they just said essentially there's no medical update on Cody Rhodes. Which I find quite
that thing you want to know about? We don't know.
And I find it quite fascinating because obviously, you know, they're meant to have the best doctors in the world. And I mean, someone's head went through a table. Should be quite easy to figure out what the medical problem could be. You know, head going through a table.
Mate, I always remember back in the day when Booker T broke the news of Jerry Lawler's anal bleeding, or was it Jerry? And someone said it, Michael Cole, and then Booker T was like, "What?" I can't remember. Was it Jerry? Anyway, but yeah, how can they know that so quick? But they don't know what's happened to Cody over a week ago. You know, so
it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was 2. Yeah. And this is a man who was diagnosed at Hell in a Cell and had a match.
Yeah.
Like, my muscles ripped off. I'm going to have a match. But we don't know. But I guess you could argue a head injury is different.
Maybe, but yeah, but we had that. And then we had Drew McIntyre, who by the way, we had seen earlier on Drew McIntyre backstage, and he got a very good reception.
Yeah.
But then we then went into essentially Drew McIntyre interrupting announcers and getting a little bit of promo time, and he was attacked by none other than a returning Randy Orton. Say returning, it's awkward when people just miss a few weeks.
Yeah, and they're back.
But they're back, and getting RKO'd by Randy Orton. So, but the only thing is, we're now left with a few questions, like, you know, because obviously we have to imagine Drew and Cody is the end goal for Cody's title at some point. And I'm assuming now, but particularly because they didn't mention it on this episode, that it's not taking place at Clash. So we're assuming the earliest we're getting that match is WrestlePalooza. Or is it another feud that goes to Perth, to Crown Jewel?
Well, so WrestlePalooza is the 20th of September, right? So we're on the 22nd of August as time of recording. So we're basically a month away. So I do think there's enough time to build into that. I think it's interesting that they brought Randy out because it's at this stage it's hard to tell if. I mean, look, he's just feuded with Randy, so it makes sense. And Randy and Cody are aligned as far as kind of their history and stuff like that, so that makes sense as well. But at the same time, it's also possible it was just a moment for tonight. You know, like because Randy's on the tour and they needed to do something essentially to kind of make the McIntyre segment end, right? Which, by the way, as you said, he was shown backstage. I'm really glad they used him there because there was a big reaction for him. It was, you know, you've got to get the best out of him, essentially. So I'm not sure if it was just that, but that's not usually the way they do things on TV. If things are done on TV, it usually means it is because Randy Orton and Drew are going to do something next week or whatever it may be. But because it's that European tour, and again, going back to the European tour we saw before WrestleMania, we did see a slight change in the format. I mean, this show is a great example of that. We started out with someone from Raw opening up simply because she's from Dublin. It was great, don't get me wrong. And then a very strange ending to the show because they realized they almost puts it half like a house show, as we've said, and half like a TV show. They need that storyline progression, but they need to treat it special because it's a special occasion as far as, you know, it's a show in Dublin. And I feel like this segment kind of could go either way with that. It could lead to Drew McIntyre and Randy Orton going into something, and it's still been at WrestlePalooza, because a month is a fairly long time. There's still, at least 4 SmackDowns, maybe 3 or 4 SmackDowns to go before that, depending on how the weeks align. Or it could have just been for tonight, or as you say, it could be going further on to
See, if it
Crown
was
Jewel.
tonight, I think that would have been the dark match main event, like potentially.
Yeah.
So then they don't have to put it on TV. I think the fact
I wonder if there's one. Let me look it up.
Is an angle. It should be used to be setting something up. So I think even if it is just they're going to do this match at SmackDown in like a couple of weeks, because something they do. I noticed during these kind of things is they are still trying to please the domestic viewer in America, and potentially this is a match we get in 2 weeks when they're back in America. We get Andy and Drew, because they feel like, oh well, they have the European tour, so they're now to give something back to the Americans. But yeah, I don't imagine I don't think it will go nowhere. I think it definitely leading to a match between them two, and then I guess that might even be when Cody comes back, potentially.
Yeah, true.
But if we're going on the basis, well, that's the thing. We've mentioned earlier that we felt that maybe Brock Lesnar might return at Clash, but then Cody Rhodes can't also return on that same show.
Yeah, true. I think it'd be weird to not have Cody at Clash, because when it was announced, he was a big star, right? He was the champion when it went the first time round, of his title reign. So it'd be weird for him to not be there. Like, we've seen stranger things happen, don't get me wrong. But I think what you say there is a good point. I think Randy Orton could be the placeholder, essentially, even if it is for WrestlePalooza, just to kind of buy time for the next week or two, to have a focus of Drew McIntyre, for Cody to come back on a SmackDown, or even again at Clash. Like you say, next week could be that match as well. Just to touch on what we just speculated on there as far as dark match, it looks like the dark match is Jacob Fatu versus Dominic Mysterio in a non-title match, which is really kind of left field. Didn't expect it to be those two, but hey, it is what it is. Also seeing something about Lyra and Io versus Roxanne and Raquel, but I'm not sure if that's actually the case. The only one I've really seen quite a lot of comments about was Dirty Dom versus Jacob Fatu. So yeah, that looks to be the dark match on SmackDown tonight. But yeah, I think again, Randy Orton is a great character to be able to slot into anywhere in any bloody storyline within the bloody card itself. But to slot into here makes sense in so many ways, because you've got, again, the allegiance of Cody Rhodes and the history there, and the recent feud, of course, with Jelly Roll and Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul as well. So it does make sense. But look, we'll cover it in depth next week when SmackDown comes to you live from Lyon, France. That does start to bring us towards the end of the show, though. We did end up with that tag team match at the end, as we've touched on already. Very, very short indeed. Any other final notes on the tag team match? I mean, it was a blink and you miss it type thing, so I guess not.
Wasn't much report, guys. I think all we now need to know is where this is leading, because it didn't answer that question really.
Yeah.
One would assume it's Jade against Tiffany, but is there a different angle?
I think there will be. I think that's a long term story now. Otherwise, they would have. They would have done something tonight, and I feel like they knew there wasn't a story. I feel like they didn't want to rush that story, so they needed a different storyline to end the show on, which is why we cut to that Brock Lesnar comment as well. And just to kind of recap for those just tuning in, it ended, of course, the match ended. We got, strangely enough, the executive producer, Paul Levesque, and all that kind of stuff, throws over to John Cena and Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis says, look, Brock Lesnar, blah, blah, blah. It's got a message or something like that. I just spoke to him, essentially. And then all of a sudden, a lovely shot to the jaw from Logan Paul leaves Cena laying on the floor. And it was kind of a chaotic way to end SmackDown, which, is hopefully going to lead to something next week that's a little bit more, I think, physical and aggressive from Logan Paul, as you said, Lucas. I think it's a good idea to kind of step in that direction so that Logan doesn't look like a chump going into the match where he's kind of not likely to win. There needs to feel like there's real jeopardy and there's an actual risk to John Cena's kind of legacy almost. You know, it's a bit late in the day to start telling that story too much,
Yeah.
but you got to tell some story here, because it's not for a title, and it's not quite that kind of, my legacy's on the line, there's punk kids trying to take it from me. There's not enough time to tell that story properly, but they need to at least do something to kind of make it feel like Logan Paul winning is viable and would mean something as well. So again, whether or not we predict that, we'll get into at a later date. But general vibes, man, what do you think of the SmackDown that we've seen from Dublin overall? And as we get back to this comment from earlier from Matthew, what would you rate this out of 10?
It's a 6.5, 7. Like, it's, it wasn't the best episode of SmackDown. There was some fun bits there. There was some weaker bits. The weakest thing really was the main event match, I think, in terms of what we saw in ring, definitely.
Yeah.
And just solely for me, like I said, because that hasn't really dictated that if we are getting Jade and Tiffany, is it going to be different from last time? At the moment, it seems it's going to be exactly the same. Which, if they want to do it, I don't understand why. And it also has shown the weakness in the SmackDown Women's division, because you had to draft someone from Raw over to have a reputable kind of main event. But I think the good things were in the men's tag division. I think they built up the Street Profits and the Modo Dope Miz match. I think for next week that'll be good. I do find it weird though, like where to think Nikki Cross legitimately flew over on a plane to stand the staircase for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, technically they're in Europe and they're doing the tour, and I'm sure she's been featured elsewhere.
I'm
but
hoping so.
At the very least, she's flown to Dublin to stand at the staircase. So,
3 seconds.
Yeah, hey, mate, if you can get that gig, then more power to you. But yeah, it was. I like the background stuff they're doing, but as you say, yeah, she was featured in the background on the stairs briefly in the backstage segment as well. But yeah, overall, I think I'd agree with you. I think I'd go more on the side of 6 out of 10, which for me is just a standard good show rating. Like 6 is like it was good, nothing special. Again, the weakness was the main event, but that's something we predicted from the get-go, weren't it?
Yeah.
Like at the beginning of the watch along, we were saying, I don't know if this is gonna kind of deliver as far as progression of storyline goes. Not that any of the girls in there are entertaining or anything like that. Good. I think the opening segment was better than the match itself, which is saying something. Which is, but maybe they were rushed. It was a strange last 45 minutes, weren't they? They really did chop and change and speed things up. The pacing for the show was quite different, but again, we saw similar in the European TV shows a few months ago as well. So that's the first one in the books, guys. As we mentioned, Birmingham has Monday Night Raw. Lyon has SmackDown. Then we got Clash in Paris. And then Paris also gets Monday Night Raw on the Monday after that as well. So looking forward to those shows. Thank you to everyone that's joined us tonight, whether it's been on this instant reaction review or throughout the watch-along experience earlier tonight as well. We really do appreciate it. Again, we don't often get to do this on this channel because we don't get to watch these shows at a reasonable time. So we thought we'd take the opportunity while the shows are in Europe, just like we did earlier this year, to get the best out of the opportunity. So thank you again to everyone that's tuned in. Once again, we will be live on Monday night, talking all things Monday Night Raw from Birmingham, and as I say, enjoying the rest of the European streams as well. So thank you so much for tuning in. Any final notes, Lucas, before we do get out of here?
No, I mean, like I said, I've got a busy weekend myself anyway. I'm going to AW on Sunday.
Are you going? I'm not sure if I'm going to go. So, okay. Is it? Well, I always find a way. Yeah. The last two I decided on the day, as in all ins. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go.
Retail tickets left, but yeah.
Yeah. So are you going then? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah.
Okay. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, like I've got my own show the same day, so I'll be.
You do, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone in London, go into the O2. Make sure you head over to the Isle of Dogs to DKW's show at the space.
Which is over an hour before AW starts, and it's only about 10-15 minutes away. But yeah, no, I think I'm not the biggest AW fan, but I think they do the big shows quite well.
Yeah, and live as well. They are really fun.
With the cards, big time.
Yeah.
To the point where even though we are going to be running a bit late for it, and I will be leaving early because I've got another show the next day. I think there'd definitely be enough bang for your buck.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, no, I think in terms of SmackDown and stuff, I think we've covered everything. And obviously, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And I won't be able to join you, unfortunately, on Monday for Raw in Birmingham, but I will be here live and in person in colour for SmackDown in Lyon next week, which hopefully maybe we might get to a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, hopefully.
That would be nice, mate. That would be nice. Yeah,
the Lyon crowd, remember the Lyon crowd, they might make...
They were good. Yeah, AJ Styles has got to have some sort of big thing while they're in France, right? After last year, you know, they really...
AJ's on Raw, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, but then again, Becky showed up, didn't it? Yeah. AJ's basically French now, is what I'm saying. You know, AJ's going to open up Leon's edition of SmackDown. But yeah, as you say, big week in wrestling, AEW this weekend. So much going on. It's a great time to be a wrestling fan. We keep saying it. There's so much out there for us as well. So stay tuned to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We'll try and cover it in depth as much as we can. And yeah, look, maybe I'll see you over at the O2, Lucas. But if not, enjoy yourself there, mate. And enjoy the DKW show as well. Hopefully we'll catch up with you with a little bit of AEW talk at some point and see how the show went overall. But I've been Scott. He's been Lucas. We'll be back on Monday for Monday Night Raw. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. Cheers. All right, so we are back for Monday Night Raw, but that, as you can tell, was our instant reaction review of Friday Night SmackDown. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for the comments coming in the background, guys. As I said earlier on, we'll get to our favourites in just a moment, but we are actually 9 minutes away from Monday Night Raw kicking off in Birmingham, England. So looking forward to this one tonight, guys. Of course, Raw is a 3-hour show, which does worry me. But I'm still looking forward to spending it with you guys here in the chat. So keep your comments coming. Keep me company, and I hope I can keep you company throughout tonight's show with this play-by-play analysis as well. Then after it, we'll hit you with an instant reaction review, just as we did for SmackDown. And again, as you've been watching the replay for that already. But this is your watch-along for Monday Night Raw, as I say, in Birmingham, England. Let's run through the card in just a moment as far as what's been announced. But I'm also going to get to some of these comments, as we promised earlier on. So a few comments in the chat that I replied to already about Roxanne Perez and Rhea Ripley tonight, whether or not Rhea Ripley will go 3-0. I don't think she will. I think Roxanne surely, because that's a losing trend you don't want for a kind of new character like Roxy. So it's probably not the best idea. I see Aiden's in the house. Good to see you, Aiden. Of course, we've got Lynette in the comments as well. Always good to see you in, Lynette. And Christopher Leclerc, again, also was chatting about Roxanne Perez with us in the chat earlier on. Then at the end of the stream, we were also talking a little about Michin and whether or not she should win the US title. I would agree, Aiden. I think she probably should at some point, but has been a bit of a shame, as I think Lynette was getting to, that Julia's not really been used that well. Aiden, you think Roxanne might win tonight by a DQ? And of course, at the end, we're also talking about what we rated SmackDown. I think Lucas went for about 6.5, and I went for a 6. Aiden has gone for a 5, and Christopher has gone for a 7. I mean, pretty close to each other there. I'd still stick with my own of 6. I don't think it was a terrible show. Not, like, getting below 5 is when you start thinking terrible, but even 5 feels like meh. 6 was like, yeah, it was good. It was a good show. Nothing amazing happened. 7's creeping towards really good, Christopher. So I'm just glad you enjoyed it, essentially. Aiden says the main event was weak and the crowd were dry. Oh, controversial. I thought the crowd were pretty good in Dublin for the most part, but they did seem a little bit tired at the end. Mean Moshizi Bess says, hello people, it's game day. It is indeed. Thank you so much for joining us, buddy. Hope you're doing well. And as Aiden says, here in the UK, Raw should be ending about 11 o'clock tonight. It is 6 minutes away from 8 p.m. here in the UK, and we are waiting for Monday Night Raw to get going. Again, keeping with these comments here, Aiden says, personally, I want Rhea to win, but Rox win by DQ, he reckons. Aiden says that Dublin was the worst European crowd ever. Oh, they weren't the best, but I don't think they were the worst. And that's not a dig even saying they're not the best. I just they've been better. But I enjoyed them, Maiden. Maybe we need to start ranking these European crowds, right? But look, tonight's crowd hopefully will be on fire. Of course, it's coming to you live from Birmingham, England. So hopefully it'll be an excited crowd. That's what Lucas was saying when we were talking about on SmackDown. You know, it's still special for these international audiences to get live PLEs and TV shows. You saw in the SmackDown review there, I was ready with my Guinness. Tonight, a little bit tamer, though. I've got my cup of tea. So, as I say, 5 minutes away, guys, whether you're watching live or on demand, queue up your WWE watching experience, whether you're watching internationally on Netflix or out in the States on what is it on out there now? Oh, it's on Monday Night Raw is on Netflix as well, isn't it? It's just every other show isn't. Man, it's getting confusing to keep up with the US TV schedule for WWE, especially with the ESPN deal. Of course, we mentioned it earlier. WrestlePalooza as well. A lot going on in WWE at the moment. Aiden says, out of the UK crowd, actually I got to this one first. London and Scotland were better, says Aiden, as far as recent crowds on WWE TV. And also says, out of the UK crowd, Scotland, Clash at the Castle were better. I really enjoyed, and this might be biased because I was there, but Cardiff were fantastic as well for Clash at the Castle 1. Speaking of Clash, we've got Clash in Paris coming up on the 31st, I believe, of this month. It's next Sunday, right? So stick with us on this channel. Again, it's rare we get to do these watch-along experiences because the shows are usually at silly o'clock, and this time round, it's not. It is a reasonable time. It's coming out to 8 p.m. here in the UK. And the rest of the European tour will be the same, as will Clash in Paris on Sunday night. So we're going to hit you with our build-up show, as we always do for the PLEs, where we get hyped up and in the mood together for the big show. And then this time around, we're also planning to hit you with a special watch-along stream for the PLE as well. Stay tuned. After each and every one of these streams, we'll also have a instant reaction review. And as Aiden says here, totally not biased as a Scottish person, of course. And I know you came to London, Aiden, so even more so there. But no, I appreciate it. I do think they were both great crowds as well. Let's get to what we're going to see tonight, though, on Monday Night Raw. As I say, we've got quite the card to get excited about, I think. You know, it should be opening up with a Roman Reigns kind of address. He's going to talk about why he kind of buddied up with his cousin Jey Uso. We're also going to see Nikki Bella calling out the Intercontinental Champion Becky Lynch. You would like to imagine that will be leading to a match at either Clash in Paris or WrestlePalooza. It's kind of hard to tell at the moment where they're going these things. Where they're going with this one, though, would it be 3-0 for Rhea Ripley, or will Roxanne Perez make it 2-1 as far as their series goes? That's the hype around this match on the WWE website. So let's see if they play into it on the show. Split in the chat, I can see. But that is one of the big matches announced for tonight, as is Penta versus Kofi Kingston. Looking forward to this. Kofi, of course, heel now, and Penta. I mean, I'd say both of them haven't really been used too much lately. But this could be a real opportunity for them to go in a positive direction. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what they have to deliver tonight. Hoping it's not a quick match that's kind of a throwaway. But Monday Night Raw is 2 minutes away. Let's get to some more of these comments as we get into the show itself. Aiden says Raw in London was amazing, and also says that Roman kicks off Monday Night Raw tonight. Nikki beats Becky for the title. I think you're right, man. I think that whenever the match happens, even maybe not the first one, but I do think ultimately Nikki Bella is going to win that title, and I think that'd be a pretty good thing for both the title and for Nikki Bella and Monday Night Raw. So that's not both anymore. That's the 3 examples there, but I'm looking forward to it either way. Kofi might be alone because I think Woods is injured, says Aiden. Yeah, he's in that graphic there, though, so I'm not sure, unless it's a recent thing, but we'll have to see. But again, Monday Night Raw is 1 minute away, so we shouldn't have to wait much longer to get answers like that. And again, answers when it comes to Roman Reigns. Why did he kind of stick up for his cousin? I think it's obvious, really. It's his cousin, and he's a good guy now, right? And so is his cousin, Jey Uso. But we'll see it come from the horse's mouth, so to speak, tonight on Monday Night Raw when it kicks off in just under a minute's time. Get your snacks, get your popcorn, get your drinks, whatever it is, guys, ready for Monday Night Raw, and keep us on in your second tab as you watch along experience for Monday Night Raw on Netflix globally. Again, I keep forgetting that the US actually get this on Netflix. It's the one thing they do get. I feel sorry for you guys for how many different services you've got to pay for at the moment to watch wrestling. But look, VPNs are fun, right? Look, SmackDown will be back for that. Speaking of VPN, if you want to watch it at a live time, then you know how to do that, hopefully. But we'll be live on Friday night talking all things SmackDown as we head very close into Clash in Paris, of course, with that Leon event as well. Now, the event is about to start in Birmingham, England. So, again, I hope you got your drinks and your snacks ready. As I mentioned earlier on, my cup of tea is all right. It's slightly a bit warm, so, a little bit of risk of burning my tongue. So, let's let that cool down a little bit now. But very excited to sip on a cup of tea and watch Monday Night Raw together. Right, here we go. The signature is started, and Monday Night Raw is on its way. There's the ta-dum. And now the signature should be starting. There we go. Aiden's got his crisps and his Coke. Oh, you've had them already. And let's go Scotland. Yeah, no TV show in Scotland. I think it's less overall. I mean, there's a PLE this time in between, but it's less than they did last European tour. Can't complain though, can we? I mean, very lucky the fact that they are actually doing TV shows over here more and more now. And it's not just the London and Manchester shows like it used to be. Highlights now from last week's Monday Night Raw, where we had Jey Uso going one-on-one, of course, with Bron Breakker in the street fight, or Extreme Rules. A lot of kind of extreme things slowly bubbling under the surface as we get the name of WrestlePalooza. I wonder if they will play into the ECW kind of history. And Aiden says, Woods might have a neck injury. Is that the case? Wow. It'd be a shame if he's out. So again, Monday Night Raw has just begun, guys. We're seeing highlights from last week where Bronson Reed, the owner of the Shula Fala, got involved, attacked Jey Uso, and of course Roman Reigns would make the save. Not before LA Knight, though. The thing about Roman now is like when people just cheer him for him the whole time. It's like when Austin, like when a bad guy was getting one up on a good guy, people would just chant for Austin or The Rock. It kind of feels the same at the moment with Roman. Like, just if someone, I mean, look, whenever Drew's there, even if he won in a feud with him at the time, they were CM Punk chants, for example. So you do get it with other wrestlers as well. But I've just noticed that Roman gets it so much because I guess he's been intertwined with a lot of characters, But yeah, it's starting to feel like a big deal. And here's, again, the highlight of it last week. Go back to the comments here. Aiden says, Woods apparently injured against Penta last Monday. Is that the case? Wow. Oh, real shame. I hope he's not out for too long. Keep your comments coming, guys. Let us know what you think tonight is going to be like on Monday Night Raw and what you thought of the European tour so far. Again, it's only 2 shows deep as far as TV goes, but if you've been to any of the shows, let us know what the experience was like. Again, I mentioned earlier on, Lucas was at Forbidden Door representing us over the weekend. So if you bumped into him, hope you said hello. And he sent us over some great clips as well, also on this channel. So if you want to see what the atmosphere was like at Forbidden Door, you'll find them on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel with the shorts. Also TikTok and Instagram as well at RN Pro Wrestling. Wow, okay, so they've introduced Birmingham by talking about Aston Villa in the Premier League and how Tom Brady owns Birmingham City in the Championship. Quite an interesting way to open the show there. Give a bit of context to those watching globally, I guess more so in the States. LA Knight walking backstage, though. He's apparently going 1-on-1 against Bron Breakker tonight. Rhea Ripley makes it away into this arena as well. She's going to face off against Roxanne Perez. What's she looking at there? Oh, a pick and mix. Oh, I want to pick a mix. Nikki Bella looks like she means business, strutting into Birmingham tonight. She's meant to be calling out Becky Lynch tonight. And we're going to kick off the show, apparently, with a Roman Reigns segment. Got a nice drone shot of the audience there. Sure, the atmosphere will be good tonight. Would love to see a stipulation for Brunson and Roman, says Aiden. That'd be pretty cool, yeah. They called it Brum. Did they say Brum? I missed that. Fair play to him. Bit of research there, Aiden. Here we go. Have our ones in the air, that's it. You can see all the ones or camera phones in the air at least. For those in Birmingham, I'll join you. I don't know if I've mentioned this on the channel before. I might have done it 10 times. But I don't like that they've remixed this song. They've really redone it. I think it is grander, but I think they debuted it at WrestleMania, and I thought, oh, cool, it's just because WrestleMania, and they had like live drums or whatever it was. But I think the original version sounded better. But I've not really seen anyone mention that. So maybe they have. Maybe I've just not been on the same podcast as you guys, and I might have missed something. But no one's mentioned it on this channel. But again, I could be wrong. I might have said it 10 times. I don't remember. It's still a good song, but I think the original version just sounded so much cooler, in my opinion. It's kind of like The Rock. I think I might have mentioned this before because I think I'm talking about The Rock's one. The Rock's one has been like redone plenty of times, but it's all like grand and horns and stuff like that, which, yeah, it's all right. But I preferred The Rock's one when it was just like guitar. Nice purple Yeet shirt there. The Roman Reigns song to Daddy Cool is getting a little smirk from Roman. It is louder than the music already. Look at that face. That could be a meme right there. Aiden says, I love it more, referring to the current version of Roman Reigns' theme song. Fair play, man. I do like it. I think when you get two similar songs, it's hard to sometimes pick because they're, which are, and they're both good. I think they are both good. But it's just I don't know, more of a oomph and a bass about the other one, and like a cooler swagger, in my opinion. Aiden says, did I see what JD did in Newcastle? I did, mate. They're playing right now, right? Newcastle versus Liverpool. I might have to try and keep up with the scores there. But I did, yeah, for those that aren't aware, JD McDonough, Liverpool fan, rips off a t-shirt underneath, reveals a Liverpool shirt in Newcastle to have Isaac number 9 on the back of his shirt. If you're unfamiliar, Isaac plays for Newcastle, an incredible player, touted essentially and wanted by Liverpool, and there's a bit of a stalemate going on at the moment, and a controversial move from JD McDonough. I can only imagine what the atmosphere is like in this game tonight between Newcastle and Liverpool. By the way, there it is going to be feisty. But yeah, JD really kind of fanning the fire and the flames in Newcastle. But that's what heels do, man. So yeah, I thought it was very cool. If you haven't seen it, we retweeted it actually on our X account, RM Pro Wrestling. So give that a follow if you haven't already, guys. That's how the crowd is meant to be. Yeah, good start, Aiden. I think it's pretty good. And Aiden says, yeah, apparently Isak is refusing to play for Newcastle. It's got very messy indeed. Very, very messy. I mean, I'm scared of him playing for Liverpool, if I'm honest. As an Arsenal fan, I mean, we've done great business, but Isak going to Liverpool is a bit scary. Right, the Roman Reigns chant continues. Roman's loving it. And again, we've opened Monday Night Raw with your tribal chief in the ring at the moment. Gonna let us know why he came to the aid of his cousin. I think it's self-explanatory, to be honest. But hey, let's hear what he's got to say anyway. Let's let the big dog let us know. OTC chant. Stand up if you love Roman. Stand up if you love Roman. I can't stand because I ruined the stream, so I'll just like lift up a little bit. There you go. I think Roman's fantastic. So funny, man. So funny. Go back a few years and not many people would be saying this. He's loving it. Look. I mean, he got the sit down and stand up ones when he was a heel against him. And I think even the shoes off one. So it's nice for him to be able to actually kind of show appreciation for it. But yeah, Monday Night Raw opens up to a huge ovation for Roman Reigns in Birmingham. Still hasn't spoke yet. 10 minutes in. Here we go. Yeah, it says we can do it all night, but let's get to it. Good crowd so far. Acknowledge me. And they do indeed. Aiden lifting up as well. Big OTC chance. Where's this going to go? Are we going to get a heel come out? Or are we going to get Jay to come out to kind of respond to whatever Roman says about why he went out, why he helped him? Was it old times? I don't know if old times were like this for you, Roman. But all right. Got big plans for tonight. Oh, Roman's got big plans for the rest of this year and next year. That's interesting. There's a lot of people think he might be starting to wind down, but okay. Roman says he's got to be honest himself as well, though. So what's this about, eh? Oh, is this where he actually apologizes to Jey Uso? Because a lot of people saying he needs to admit, what he did to Jey. He's saying, yeah, it's not like old times because I'm not the same as I used to be. You're a better man now, Roman. Yes, you are. Chant from the fans in Birmingham. Aiden says, great crowd already, better than Republic of Ireland. Hey, I think the Irish were good, Aiden. Come on. Tom Talks Rubbish in the house says, what's up, my guy? Hey, mate, all good. Glad to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. We are here for Monday Night Raw. Watch along experience. Hope you're enjoying the show, mate. And as always, big shout out to Tom and his channel, doing great work over there, interviewing wrestling media personalities. So you can find an interview from myself on there and plenty of the guys that have hopped on this channel before as well. Oh, yeah. Roman talking about division now. A nice hello from Aiden in the chat to Tom as well. Aiden says, even though I'm Scottish, I prefer England over and says, I think he's retiring soon. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lovely cup of tea, by the way. F.U. Seth. And there's another F.U. Rollins going on at the same time. Tom says we need to update yours. We do, man. I know we keep saying it. I'll come on again. I will. We'll figure out a time. Aiden says I fell asleep watching SmackDown from Dublin. Ah, man. Look, it was a weirdly paced show, but I think it was decent. OTC says that's how I felt for a long time in reference to the chants about F.U. Rollins. Yeah, he don't have his bloodline no more. Oh, Diddums. They're yeeting, though. You can have Jay, man, if you take him back. If you want him. If you're not... Ah, he's extremely proud of Jay. Ain't that nice? I'm proud of you, Roman, for saying that. Yeah. Roman giving his blessing essentially for Jey Uso to go back for the title. So my time will come, though. Yeah, Remy, you ain't got much left. Okay, now Bronson Reed's got his attention. I feel the same in response to the boo. A big cheer for the ladies and gentlemen from Paul Heyman there. Huge cheer. And here he comes with Bronson Reed and the Shula Fala. I'm gonna have to start putting my Jordans around my neck as well. Hold on, I'm gonna grab some. Maybe not as hygienic. Looks like these have been worn once, maybe, if that. Well, the audience said Paul Heyman. Heyman's not happy about that, so he's going to start again. Oh, boring. They did it again. Heyman says that Bronson Reed is the realest gangster to hit Birmingham since the Peaky Blinders. Nice reference. Who are you, chant? Who are you? I like they've even got a tribal thief shirt with the Shula Fala on as well. Well, with the shoes at least. And are they the same ones underneath or just two on the top? Wow, 5 years ago this week, Brock's advocate became Roman's wise man. Shut the F up, chant. A lot of profanity with this crowd in Birmingham tonight. Aiden says, who are your chants are amazing. Yeah, any kind of football. I love a football chant. I was at Arsenal Leeds the other day, and I have to admit some of the stuff that Leeds fans were saying was funny. Even though I'm an Arsenal fan, and the Arsenal stuff, being said back, very funny. Just love it. I mean, it's the first time Roman's really admitted, he is alone as kind of Heyman's rubbing the salt in with now. No titles, no bloodline, no wise man. And he's selling it. He's looking around like there's nothing here. Yeah, there's a lot of muting going on with this profanity from the audience. Ooh, Heyman says he misses him. I miss you, my tribal chief. That's a lovely little card, isn't it? That greeting card. I loved you 5 years ago. I love you now, hey. Okay, he's coming out to disrespect him. Okay. Roman Reigns. Aiden says, I won't be putting it up, Aiden, because you used a word that I'm not sure I'm allowed to put on the screen, but I don't have the Netflix mute button. But you said it's been 18 minutes and the crowd is so much better, basically. Now Heyman's singing Bronson Reed. Doesn't catch on. Of course, he sang the Roman Reigns one before. To Roman. Aiden's chanting indoors as well. Roman Reigns. It's all right, Aiden. It slipped out. That's all good, man. I just can't put it up, is all. So where does this go? Roman says the people of Birmingham are not tough enough to live in Manchester or rich enough to live in London. Hey, it is hard to live in London. They don't mean they're rich. But it ain't cheap. It's all good, Aiden, man. Don't worry. Oh, mate, you're not the only one with the potty mouth tonight. Look at those in the audience with the start with a W. I mean, it's coming up on Netflix as I mean, I guess Americans don't really see that as a swear word. Oh, Roman says you're gonna kiss my ass because you're gonna whoop his ass. S Sweez is in a house. Good to see you, buddy. Glad to have you back on the stream. The show started 21 minutes ago, mate. So if you could get Netflix ready, I would suggest doing that now. We are 21 minutes into the show. Bronson Reed's finally on the mic, but he and Paul Heyman have interrupted Roman Reigns. Ooh, ARSE, not the ass, eh? That's it, man. They're loving it, Aiden. Yeah, Sweezy, come on, get your stream ready. Oh wow, talking about the history of his tribe here. Wow, interesting. Talking about the difference between his family apparently being exiled to Australia and how he's earned these tattoos, and Roman has had to pay for his. I'm the Samoan your dad and uncle warned you about, says Bronson Reed. Wow. Is he of Samoan heritage? I don't. What? I mean, I knew he was obviously Polynesian, but. Let's have a look. What does it say? Let's have a look on the ever accurate Wikipedia, right? Yes, Samoan descent, apparently. There we go. Return my shoes. Best 22 minutes of the tour so far, says Aiden. I think it's been good. It's been a good opening promo. We've had some good stuff on SmackDown, even if the show weren't all amazing. Give his shoes back chart now from the fans. Give his shoes back. See, it's the sharpness, it's the quickness of the European fans. He put the shooter file on the shoulders and around the neck of Heyman. He said, if I come down there, I'm going to force you to acknowledge his tribal fief. Zeta said, yeah, not from the same family tree, but another Samoan wrestler. There you go. Him and Samoa Joe seem to be the only two not linked. Big names, at least. Oh, he won't come down there, so I'm going there. So they're running at each other now in the audience. The shooter follower, as Fef Squeezer says, is now off. Could you imagine, Aiden, a shoe and a pole match? Here we go. First bit of action on the show. Roman Reigns thrown into the turnbuckle there. And now knocked back into the ring with a headbutt from Bronson Reed, who gets to his feet himself. And they start pounding at each other. Going to blows. Security's run down. Let's see if there's any UK indie wrestlers we recognise playing security here. Oh, Bronson Reed's headbutting him. And he jumps over. Big splash into the security. And Roman Reigns takes all four of them out, including Roman. Security roll out of the ring. Who's down for the Universal Championship? I love it, F Sweezy. It has to happen. I love it. Ooh, tough looking sense on there. And he says, "Where's Adam? Who's Adam? You mean Adam? Who comes on the channel with Luke? Oh, where's the Yeet Man now? Oh, Adam Pierce. I thought you meant about the channel, Aiden. R.I.P. all of security, says F Sweezy. Yeah. OTC chance. A lot of people out there trying to keep them at bay now, including Adam Pierce. He's going to jump over the rope. Oh, no, he's not. He's rolled out. He's going to run around. Jumps off. Oi! Flies off of the steel steps into a huge crowd of security. I think Bronson Reed was in the middle of him. Yep, there he is. I don't think we're getting the Yeet Man this time, Aiden. Looks like they're just going to be pulled apart. Cool feud, though. I'm liking this. All right. Well, that is the end of that segment. We are 3 minutes away from the show coming back on. It is advertisement time, but we've not gone to ads on the international feed, at least here in the UK. We continue to see Bronson Reed and Roman Reigns being separated. Again, I think in the States you're getting ads right now. So if that's the case, let me explain what's going on. Roman Reigns now slapping hands with some of the fans of Birmingham. Puts his arms up and says to security, just let me through, basically. And the theme song hits as he starts making his way back towards backstage. Hands in the air saying, look, I ain't doing anything. And he leaves the stage area. Okay, an interesting start to Monday Night Raw. And as Aiden says, there are ads on at the moment on the American feed. So just to let you know what's going on internationally at the moment, we've got Corey Graves and Michael Cole. Interesting combination there. Of course, we haven't seen this duo on Monday Night Raw often recently. Nice little reference there to Black Sabbath as well. Rhea Ripley is facing off against Roxanne Perez. They're promoting that now. The one-on-one match later on tonight. But in the graphic, of course, we can see tag team partner as well. Penta and Kofi being advertised for later on tonight as well. Also, the man is in Birmingham, but Nikki Bella is here to call her out as well. So we'll see how that goes. So again, while the ads are on in the States, what we're getting on the main Netflix feed here in the UK is a hype for the rest of the night and also a recap of what we saw in the opening segment. We're just under a minute away from the main feed coming back now. Good start to Monday Night Raw so far, guys. I did like that opening segment. The fans really helped it as well. They played their part for sure. And ultimately, it's done exactly what it needs to do. I want to see this match more than I did before this segment happened. So, brilliant. Aiden thought they were fighting again, though. Yeah, it's just a replay, Aiden. But it's the kind of thing they do these days, right? I know Lucas is a bit down on how many pull-apart brawls they seem to have these days. But they've done a few where they've kind of gone back at it again and ran out of there, got away from security. So, yeah, I get what you mean. I can see how you thought that. LA Knight versus Bron Breakker tonight on Raw as well. Another member of the Division, of course. And the main feed for Netflix is about to come back on air. There we go, with a lovely shot of Birmingham in the bull ring. Okay, yeah, they are promoting Clash in Paris again. Once again, we'll be here for the build-up show on Sunday night. And a watch-along experience, hopefully. Did Dom just run behind? No, who ran behind him? So Dom's talking to El Grande. Finn is a bit confused. Don't trip chocolate chip. Dirty Dom chant. JD and Finn start making it way. Who ran in the background? Did anyone catch that? I thought it was Dom, which is maybe a mistake because Dom was trying to get in position. Because Finn was like, "Have you seen Dom?" And I thought it was a bit weird. Or was it something else where they're doing a lot of these background shots where you're like, "Who's that in the background? What's going on over there?" Sort of thing. So look at this entrance of Dragon Lee. Wow, I haven't seen this before. Has he been doing this for long? Very cool with the wings. Wow. There's the Scousers and the Spursy bottle job. Yeah. Yeah. I approve this message, Aiden. And that was Dom. So it was Dom running in the background. So was it a mistake? Did Dom accidentally run behind? Because obviously it was if it was Dom, it wasn't one of those where it's like, oh, look what's going on in the background, look who's lurking. Because when it showed him, he was just chatting to El Grande Americano. So and he weren't supposed to have run then. So anyway, yeah. You've reminded me there, Aiden, of the football. I've just checked the scores for Newcastle Liverpool. Okay, 0-0. Who's Dragon Lee facing then? Okay, so is he facing JD McDonough? Looks like, yep. It's crazy that the Judgment Day's still going, isn't it? Like, I mean, I still think they're great. I still enjoy them, but yeah, it's been a while. They like, I know they've changed their lineup and stuff like that quite a bit, but I think at some stage you have to start looking at these as one of the most successful stables of all time. Like this is a stable that people will remember for a long, long time. Like a huge part of their careers as well. But we've got JD McDonough of the Judgment Day facing off against Dragon Lee. A lot of hype for Dragon Lee in this this opening section of the match on commentary. They're saying, look, he's had a few setbacks lately, but he's good, basically. They are talking about how Judgment Day have kind of got the better of him by outnumbering him. Oh, Dragon Screw to McDonough there. Nice kick to JD. Swoops his leg and flies over the top. Oh, lovely drop kick to the face as well. Nice little opening section of the match. And Aiden, brilliant. Yeah, I was going to try and watch it back, but I don't want to kind of mix up with the stream. So thanks for doing that, mate. You said it definitely was Dom. So it must have been a mistake, right? I wonder if they'll edit. Oh, they can't because this is live. Because I don't know if you're aware, but on SmackDown, they reshot that last segment. We haven't had a chance to talk about it because we did the instant reaction review before they put it live, essentially, in America, or replayed, I should say. And they reshot it. I reckon they'd reshoot that if that was a mistake, if they could, but they can't. Dragon Lee flies over the top rope as McDonough is distracted by the fact that Finn has been sent to the back by referee Jessica Carr. Oh, JD catches Dragon Lee in the air with a nice drop kick. Feels like we're going to go to a break here. Nice replay. Yep. Going to a break. Will the stream continue for us internationally, though? 3 minutes to go till the main feed comes back. But there we go. The match continues for international viewers. So again, if you aren't able to see this, I'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on. The fans are still loud, and JD is trying to blur it out by putting his hands on his heads and now going after Dragon Lee with some pretty harsh knocks against the ropes. And Aiden, referring to what I said there about the end of SmackDown, they reshot it, and it was different when I watched it on demand. Also, so they would have even changed the Netflix feed in the UK. Interesting. I looked it up online to see how they reshot it. I saw it on YouTube, but I get it, but it's just awkward. Like years ago, you would have got away with that, but now like, it's out there. It was live. But back in the day, you'd have to know someone in America and be like, and happen to talk to him, and then happen to talk about the way it was shot. Go, wait, the angle is different for you, you know? And you'd only be describing it, you know. And these days, it's instant. You can find something internationally straight. You're just a Finn Balor, says the crowd for. And I love that chant. Heard that one before. Ooh, and JD will be happy because when he gets backstage, you'll hear it. As Aiden has said there, that apparently Liverpool are 1-0 up. Ugh, annoying. Right, we're just over a minute away from the main feed coming back, but JD McDonough is very much in control on the international version of Monday Night Raw. Dragon Lee falls to the ground after a chop there, a knee to the face, and a forearm squishing his face to the mat as he goes for the pin. Just a 1 count, though. Typical heel behavior there from JD McDonough, who puts Dragon Lee into the corner and starts plowing away at his face again. Snap suplex from JD as well as he taunts and climbs. Oh, yeah, climbs up to the top rope, but gets pushed off by Dragon Lee, or pushed down at least. Nice kick there. And McDonough is caught up in the trio woe position as Dragon Lee climbs to the top rope. McDonough lifts himself back up, though. Countering. We're 20 seconds away from the main feed coming back. It looks like we're going to get a big spot before it even comes back on air as we hear a superplex from the top rope. Oh, when he kind of flips back over himself there, JD. He kind of really leant onto the back of his neck and head. But the main feed is coming back on now. I assume they're going to show a replay of that because that was quite a big spot to miss out. Okay, Michael Cole's referring to it there. Aiden says, I prefer the Liverpool score because I know more Newcastle fans. Yeah, I just want Liverpool to drop as many points as they can as an Arsenal fan. So, but I get where you're coming from. It's not many opportunities where Liverpool might drop points this year. So, got to take it where we can. Looks like it might not be tonight. Oh, hear the sound of that punch from Dragon Lee. JD fighting back though. Oh, what a quick move that was. Throwing McDonough into the rope, putting him back into a release German suplex. Reverse Hurricane Runner there. Great selling there from JD. Ooh! I don't even know who got the better of that. I thought it was a Spanish fly. I wasn't even sure what order that was done in. Who's in what position? It was a Spanish fly. Okay, by JD. That was so fast. You need to see a replay of that. They flipped so quick, I couldn't even tell who was in what position originally. Fans are really appreciating this match. It's a great start to the show as far as action goes. It feels like Dragon Lee should win this because of the story they're trying to tell with him. But getting rid of Finn so early in the match makes me wonder what they're doing. Oh, a little bit of a issue in my stream there, slowing down a little, but come on, guys. A lot of countering. And my Netflix team's really messing up here, but... Oh! Does JD just love landing on the back of his head? Like that time he really falls back on the taking of the sit-out powerbomb. My goodness. Like not in a mistake, like in a way that he kind of pushed himself to land like that. Crazy. Man. Aiden says Netflix playing up, so it's not just for me then. I was going to refresh the stream, but maybe I don't need to. Oh yeah, it's good. I've got no audio on my stream or anything. Fans seem really behind it, even though I can't hear them. I can see them. They look pretty happy. Ada says, "Is your Netflix?" Yeah, it is being weird, mate. Is yours the same? Are the people watching with us today feeling the same? I mean, it looks kind of in slow motion. Jaden McDonough is lifting himself up on the turnbuckle, sort of trio away position again. But yeah, it looks like everything's in slow motion for me. I've got no sound either, Aiden. Double stomp though in slow motion from Dragon Lee. Looks like it's going to be the slowest pin count ever because it is in slow motion too. JD's foot has landed on the ropes though. I can analyze it a little bit easier though at this speed. I don't know if I should refresh it. And if it's going at this speed, we're missing something, right? Like we're behind as well. So are they going to show a graphic and just skip something? Dragon Lee looks like he's holding on to his knee. Yeah, I don't know what's going on Netflix. Oh, it's noisy now. Okay, right. Styles attacking the Mysterio. I didn't see where Dominic Mysterio even came from. Maybe Mysterio came out first, and then AJ got there. Yeah, I like that they're picking up on AJ Styles as a meme of kind of going all over the world essentially to attack someone he doesn't like. As Corey Gracious said, their hater of the year. There's no ocean he won't cross. Big elbow from Dragon Lee. Madonna looks like he could be losing this one, which I think would be the right call if I'm honest. Now you've had the shenanigans near the end of the match. It kind of makes more sense. Free count there from Dragon Lee. Great win. I mean, it's a shame that the last bit was kind of messed up because of Netflix, but I have really enjoyed that match. Best match of the two shows so far, as far as the UK and Ireland shows. We'll see what they've got in the rest of tonight's show, and of course what we see in France. Not counting Clash because I think that will be the better matches overall. But as far as the TV show goes, this has been the best match so far. Fantastic match. Jackie Redmond's backstage with LA Knight. Yeah, refreshed it and worked, did it, Aiden? But yeah, you're right. We're back. Everything's good. Looks like it was everybody's Netflix, if that's the case. LA Knight doesn't think that Punk accidentally knocked him through the table. Oh, LA Knight thinks Punk's done it on purpose. Aiden thinks it was an accident. LA Knight thinks it's too hard. Now I can't go back on that. Fantastic promo here from LA Knight. He's saying Bron Breakker's going to get smacked back to factory settings. Dummy. Great promo there from LA Knight. And yeah, little ad here for the match tonight, but he will be in a fatal four-way LA Knight, as they're saying, in Paris for the world title. We'll get into predictions for Clash in Paris later on this week, I'm sure. All right, Penta's coming out now. So it looks like we're about to get the Penta and Kofi Kingston match. Such a cool entrance, man. But yeah, Penta versus Kofi Kingston up next, it would seem. I feel like he's slowly gone backwards, Penta. Past 2 months. Not a lot's been going on for him. Whereas it felt like they might be pushing him maybe almost too fast a while back and becoming Intercontinental Champion very quickly. But then recently it's felt more like his brother might win tag team gold before Penta wins anything big as far as gold in WWE. Even though Rey Fenix came in after him. But maybe this is a chance for him to kind of put the gas back into Penta. As we go to a break, we're 3 minutes away. I assume we're going to continuation here of the entrance. We do. Great little mask sign there in the audience. Did you see that? The logo on the mask was spinning. Pretty cool. By the way, I saw a great sign from AEW and New Japan Forbidden Door. Check it out on RN Pro Wrestling's Twitter account, at RN Pro Wrestling. Lucas gave us a great picture of it. Another sign there. I'm here for Penta, says the woman in the crowd. Man, I'd be there for Penta too. I want to see that entrance live. Cool laser graphics on the mat as well. Wow, what a reference. Corey says this is like when the Big Show showed at Boston Man's dad's funeral. Man, it was a deep cut, Corey. Well done. Man, that's kind of stuff you get off air, guys. It's not officially on the Raw feed at the moment, as we continue to roll for the international viewers, at least. Now the New Day's music is hit. Kofi Kingston makes his way to the ring, and Xavier looks fantastic with a top hat, sleeveless shirt with tails, top hat and tails and everything, mate, but no sleeves. I like the presentation of New Day at the moment. I don't understand Grayson Waller in with him. Like, for Grayson and the story that he had already brewing for years, it felt, with Austin Theory. But, hey. Ah, that great sign I said earlier on. Kofi's picked it up. Don't rip it. Don't rip it. Oh, no. I mean, I know it's the oldest trick in the book for the heel to rip the sign. But that sign was so good. Why did he do that? If I made that, I'd be gutted. Yeah, you could say it was a moment, and if you have it at home ripped up and you show your mates and say this was ripped up by Kofi Kingston, that's pretty cool, right? But that's cool for a normal sign. But that was such a cool sign. And then he threw it in there. It looked like other people could have picked up the pieces. Imagine if you don't even pick up the rest of your sign. I'd be gutted. Oh, mate. I mean, I guess that's a bad guy for you. Grayson Waller's got a petition. All right, we're about to come back on air, so I assume Michael Cole's going to fill us in as to what that's all about. Aiden says Penta's entrance live was amazing. Of course, yeah, you went to show a little while back, didn't you, Aiden? Glad it was as cool live as it seems online. And as you say, Aiden, Woods is holding his neck and is wearing a neck brace as well. He's styled it quite well, though. Promo here from Rusev, talking about Sheamus. I mean, this could have been a match in Dublin, like a special match. Because are they putting it on WrestlePalooza? Or Clash? I don't think so. It seems a bit of a weird time to show this promo when we've just had a different match kind of have their entrances. So they are facing off at Clash in Paris. Okay. I didn't know that. I forgot Penta was champion, says Aiden. Champion? Champion of what? And Aiden also says Sheamus was on the pre-show. Oh, was he in Dublin? Okay. Oh, it's a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. One of them again. Gosh. All right, Sheamus versus Rusev. Anything goes though. Looking forward to that. That'd be cool. Back to no, still not back to the match that they've actually started to promote. So are they just waiting in the ring? What the heck's going on? We've got Judgment Day backstage. All right. They're all arguing backstage, but Raquel says Liv wouldn't want this. Dominic said, "You're a great Finn Balor. You handle AJ tonight." Oh, okay. Okay. Finn making a point about doing this with this himself. He's going to go talk to Pierce about getting a match tonight. That'd be cool. Finn Balor versus AJ Styles. Nice little treat for those in Birmingham. Definitely a better card than what we saw on SmackDown. Got a lot of potential. Now we're going back to the match that they were promoting 16 segments ago, it feels, but all right. Look at Xavier. So Corey's signing a petition from Grayson Waller. He's apparently gone round Birmingham with a petition. Oh, he's trying to get a Mexican Destroyer banned. Okay. Aiden says, I forgot he was champion this year. Talking about Penta. What? Penta wasn't champion. Not in WWE anyway. Was he? Am I forgetting that? Let's have a look. What's Penta been doing? $27 people, have signed the petition. Nice one. No, he wrestled for the title, didn't he? Yeah, but he didn't win it. Unless he won something elsewhere. Aiden says Sheamus versus Kit Wilson on main event. Oh, okay. Oh, I always forget main events to the show. Good to see Kit Wilson got booked though. No, I wasn't saying he had the IC belt, Aiden. Sorry, I was trying to say that he nearly got it, and it looked like he was close to getting something so quick that I felt was too quick. But now it looks like he's far away from something like that, and his brother might be winning something. Or it looks closer to winning something, essentially. But I get what you mean with confusion there. Yeah, New Day still grieving for their tag title loss. Penta gets his feet up. Clothesline to Kofi on the outside. Penta's going to fly now. He's getting the audience hyped up. Oh, Kofi runs away. Mate, I was confused as well. It's all cleared up now. Yeah, he never became IC champ, but he was close, is what I meant, and I was shocked by that. Now we're going to a break already, and this match has barely got going because of all the other segments they squeezed in between it and the last break. Ugh. 3 minutes now. Let's continue explaining what's going on, though, because, again, the international feed does continue, thankfully, so we don't actually have to have another break. Kofi's now making his way back towards the ring. Grayson Waller is skipping around it with his petition. Oh, an update on the footballs or Anthony Gordon been sent off. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, Newcastle aren't winning then, are they? Liverpool's. Anyway, maybe they'll drop points somewhere else this season. I'm going to stop looking at that now. Well, if anything interesting happens, Aiden, keep me updated. And we'll keep you updated on what's going on here on Monday Night Raw during the break. Kofi Kingston is taking Penta outside the ring and using it to his advantage by throwing him into the mat and now throwing him into the barrier as he flies over on top of the fans as well. Fan there in a nice Coventry City shirt. Xavier trying to get a Kofi Kingston chant going in the style of Daddy Cool. They do some good stuff. Like, they are entertaining, of course, but it just needs to mean more. Zayden says, yeah, Saka going to miss the Liverpool game next week. Doesn't seem as bad as it did at first, thankfully. As I say, I was at the game and I was very worried when I saw him going off early. But yeah, doesn't look like he's going to be there for the game against Liverpool next weekend. Oh, nice kick there from Penta. About a minute away from the main feed coming back on, but Penta is back body dropped into the announce table. Clever move there from Kofi Kingston to reverse it. A little fear might have done Penta some good, says Graves. Xavier's trying to fan him down on the outside. And does that hurt? Penta in pain, it seems, but trying to crawl his way back to the ring. We are 30 odd seconds away from Monday Night Raw's main stream coming back on the air. But again, for those that are getting ads at the moment, it's basically Penta selling as he climbs back in the ring just before the 10 count on 9. And Kofi goes straight after him with some stomps to his chest. Big stomp now. Graves is really having fun in his ads. You can tell from the way he's commentating. And this stuff, I think, gets cut from the main feed, right? Even when we watch it back as a replay, these bits are gone. Because they do put ads in them, I think. Again, you get a replay here, what we saw during the break. Back body drop onto the announce table. I mentioned earlier on, before we saw the match start and before the show became underway, that this had potential to be a really good match and go quite long. I think it's been a decent match, and it has gone quite long by Raw standards, it seems. Definitely not the quick match that I feared it would be. Penta slowly getting in control now. That was nearly a lead breaker. Are we talking about the Anthony Gordon tackle? Is that what that is? Or are we talking about something with Penta? Penta now on the top rope, though. Oh! Stomps into the chest of Kofi in the corner. Only a 2 count. Wouldn't expect him to get the victory from that. So they're saying Big G, Grayson Waller, is not part of the New Day. I mean, that'd be weird if he was. Let's give him a new name. Gordon's was nearly a leg breaker. Man, that's probably the anger, in it, over Isak. They're probably a bit emotional on the Newcastle team at the moment. Trying to prove a point. Kofi going for maybe the boom drop. I'm loving Xavier's get up, man. He looks so funny. New Day sucks chant along to the claps. Oh, went for trouble in paradise, but he gets trouble into his own face with a kick by Penta. Oh, now Penta. Oi! Backstabber. Goes to the pin. Only a 2. He's going for the destroyer. Oh! Countered by Kofi and then a famouser. Wow. I love the famouser. Xavier Woods screaming, "That's a free." Xavier looks great. It's great if he is really injured that he can just do this great character work still, at least. Oof. Whoa. Something went wrong there. Maybe. Looked like a headset. Kofi got stuck on the outside. Now Penix just picked him up and done a suplex off the top rope instead. Oh, Penta driver. Looks like he might have landed on his head a little bit there. As far as Penta's leg. Kick out though. Wow. We're starting to pick up this match now. Wow. Kofi is rolled to the outside after successfully kicking out of a big move. Penta looks like he's going to fly though. Oh, no, stops himself. Grayson gets a kick to the face though. Hi. And beautifully, those papers fly into shot. Fantastic. Oh, and he jumps out on the opposite side, takes out Kofi and Xavier. So Xavier can't really be injured or that bad, at least, surely, if he's taking bumps like that. Sells it funny on the outside as Kofi gets thrown back into the ring by Penta. Because Penta's in such control, I got a feeling like Kofi might win this one. Unless he just happens to hit him with a Penta. Oh, no. Grayson distracts him. Kofi hits him with Trouble in Paradise. And it looks like it is trouble for Penta, who lays down for the 3 count. Wow. New Day member Kofi Kingston picks up the win, and Xavier Woods walks away looking like a happy Scrooge. Flipping amazing. I'm loving the Xavier Woods at the moment. Oh man, that was a fun match. It was a little kind of, I don't want to say sloppy, but like Xavier being carried by Grayson. I like, you know what? I said I wasn't sure about the whole Grayson Water thing, but I'm liking what they're doing, so I'll have to accept it. I can't remember what I was going to say now, but it was a fun match. They're talking about Clash in Paris now. I've also seen in the comments Aiden has mentioned Clash in Paris as well. Says, I'm working on Sunday during Clash, so I'll watch after work and message you what I think. Plus, it's strange for a PLE to be on a Sunday now. Yeah, thank you, Aiden. Definitely want to hear your thoughts on the show. It's a shame you're not going to be able to join us during the show, of course, because you are going to be working. But hey, if you get to tune in for the build-up, or even if you get to join us for the review afterwards, or watch it on demand, as you say, drop your comments in there, mate. Let us know what you think. We will do a build-up show for those that are going to be available on Sunday to get you in the mood for Clash in Paris. Then we're going to do a watch-along Clash in Paris. And then after that, we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review. So yeah, Aiden, drop your comments on the instant reaction review, mate. Let me know what you thought of the show when we start reviewing it ourselves as well. Yeah, as you mentioned, though, on a Sunday, it's weird that it's weird because PLEs or pay-per-views as they were at the time were always on Sundays traditionally, and that used to suck. Living in the UK, man, because you'd have to take Monday off, you know, whether it be work or, you know, school. You go in school and everybody's talking about the results because, you know, it's got out there, or someone's parents let them stay up late, or wherever it may be, or they watched it in the morning, or I remember that as a kid, it was really difficult having the PLEs or the pay-per-views again on Sundays. And I love the Saturday stuff. Look, not everybody has a Monday to Friday 9 to 5. Some people work on Sundays, and it means that they also struggle to watch PLEs live on Saturday night. But it's different when you're working through the PLE properly, right? Depending on what time we're doing the PLE, because you do have a break, Aiden. Yeah, I'm not sure what time it'd be yet. I think the show starts at 7. So we'll be doing a PLE for a few hours before that. There'll be some replays of reviews from this week and kind of other kind of Clash in Paris hype as well. But we'll have a live section for sure. If you don't get to join us for that, mate, and again, if you're not live for the instant reaction review, of course, you can watch it on demand. As always, our reviews once they are finished, stay on the channel as on-demand videos as well. So drop your comments in there either way, buddy. Be great to hear your thoughts on the show. And those that can join us, we welcome you to do so on Sunday night as we review, just as we do tonight, a play-by-play of Clash in Paris. Oh, some stuff from last week now. And a very angry Yo. Frustrated at Kyrie and Asuka going out with Rhea. As we see Rhea backstage now, stretching. Someone's going to join her, right? Io, okay. Says thanks for having my back last week. Fair play, Io. Fair play. Need to keep distance. Oh, here come. Oh, so this is an interesting story. Io saying, "Look, we respect each other, but I need to stay away from you because my friends are a little kind of jealous, I guess." I mean, that looks like the angle they're playing now. Asuka and Kyrie have seen them chatting and not seeing what Io's saying. They're annoyed now because they're hugging. Oh man! And little do her friends know she's trying to do right by him. Man, Miami's always on top, says Aiden. Yeah, Will should be on top tonight and make it 3-0 against Roxanne Perez. You finish at 8 o'clock on Sunday, do you? Well, I guess Clash, depending on when you get home, you might get to see the last bit of it live. But that might give you spoilers, I guess, for what's happened at the beginning. So you might want to just watch it all on demand. Am I reading that right? It says the ads, we're going to be back in nearly 9 minutes. Is that 8 minutes and 48 seconds? We're getting look. If you ain't seeing what I'm seeing, guys, especially those again in the States, we're getting an interview with Byron Saxton talking to Roxanne Perez and Raquel Rodriguez. I love these interviews, and I love them being out there in the audience by the in the stands. Asuka and Kyrie to cross Rhea. That might happen. But yeah, it is. It's over 8 minutes. What are they going to do? Are they going to give us actual ads here in the UK? Basically, what we're getting at the moment is Roxanne saying to bring back the Women's Tag Team Championships to the Judgment Day. And she's going to be Rhea Ripley, she says. Aiden, you'll be watching from the beginning as soon as you get in. Yeah, that makes sense, mate. Hopefully you don't get any spoilers on the way. So Raquel thinks that Byron's digging for a headline, talking about Judgment Day kind of not getting on. Well, okay. Judgment Day defeats Rhea Ripley, and the story is the headline that Raquel is suggesting. All right. So, yes, 7.5 minutes to go till the feed comes back on. So, let's see what else they show us in this break. This is a long break. I mean, I guess if it's not, no, it is live in America. So, are you guys getting 9 minutes of ads? Aiden doesn't see the ad timer. Oh, okay. So, for me, it's in the top corner. It says back in 7 minutes. Man. Anyway, been a good show so far, guys. Let me know in the comments what you're thinking. Great to have some regulars in the house. Some of you lurking in the background now. Appreciate your comments earlier on as well. Aiden, thanks for keeping me company here. Anyone that is lurking in the background, let us know what you think of Monday Night Raw so far. Are you enjoying the show? Looks like it's going to get even bigger. We've got AJ Styles versus Finn Balor confirmed now. Looking forward to that one. All right, so Waiting for the arrival of Becky Lynch and Nikki Bella. 6 minutes to go till the feed comes back on air. Apparently, although it's faded to black and it's playing the same interview. Or is this a re-recording? No, I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the beginning of it, so. No, this is they're playing it again. Yeah, they are re-showing the ad. You're right, Aiden. What is going on? So Americans, I'm guessing, are just getting 9 minutes of ads, which is crazy. Something must be going on. Because even the comment from Michael Cole about Nikki Bella and Becky sound like they were stalling. But there's other things they could show. They have other things in the can. They can show things from earlier tonight. They can show ads about Clash in Paris, merchandise ads, those kind of things that we always see. I mean, I know, again, if this is in America, then you're apparently just getting normal ads here anyway. Wow. No idea. Yeah, a few issues tonight, Aiden. You're right. I mean, we had the issues earlier with the glitches and the camera, the slowdown footage and no audio. Yeah, very strange. Very, very weird. Right, okay, so what we're getting now? They're replaying everything. What's going on? They're replaying LA Knight and Ron Breaker's promo. I think this is even the same thing. Like, this is re-recorded again. Or replayed, even. Let's see if Michael Cole says the same thing about Becky and Nikki. It's like they pressed the wrong button. Yeah, this is the same stuff. What is going on? I feel like they put the feed back because now we're still 3 minutes away, but it's usually 3 minutes of an ad. Are we going to get the same thing again? Is there a technical issue and the feed is therefore going to be 6 to 9 minutes behind? Right, we've got fade to black. If we get another showing of, oh, no, we don't. I thought it was going to be Groundhog Day, guys. I thought we were going to get that same Judgment Day interview. But no, they're talking about WrestlePalooza. And the time is gone. And they're still talking about WrestlePalooza. So that time seems to be out of sync as well. Man, what is going on? Yeah, Aiden, you're right. If there's anyone tuning in from the States, let us know what you saw in that 9 minutes. Or it became 6 in the end. They cut the timer. See, this is a nice thing to show while you're killing time. The news from Naomi and Jimmy Uso, of course, their pregnancy. Congratulations from all of us here at Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling. Lovely. Aiden, you think you're behind now? So at the moment, I'm getting Jimmy Uso explaining that they're having a baby, essentially. And now the Naomi relinquishing of the title, of course, because, yeah, who's going to become the new world heavyweight, women's world champion? I thought this promo was fantastic, by the way. Perfect kind of balance between just enjoying the moment and the fans allowed to be appreciative of a very real, happy, loving situation. But then she still used their character and heelish ways. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Perfect mix. I think they did really well there to not give up on her heel character. Because bad guys have babies too. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, very, very lovely segment that. Best of both worlds, essentially. What have you sent me, mate? Is this on Twitter? Let's have a look. Stephanie Becker saying, well, she's the number one contender. Hmm. Oh, okay. So I can see you've sent me a picture of your Netflix feed, and the live thing's not there, so it went backwards, did it? Let's see if mine did the same. Oh, mine has done the same. Right. Becky Lynch is making her way out, which is weird because Nikki was meant to be calling her out. I'm going to press live and see if it goes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What the heck happened there? So I've missed all that, guys, but I'm trying to keep up with all you guys. Hope you've done the same. If you haven't already, guys, press live and it will catch back up. Oh, she says Villa and Birmingham are losers. But thanks for pointing out, Aiden. I didn't even notice that I was behind. Oh, basically, she's saying I wasn't going to be called out by Nikki. So Nikki's now coming out. Why have they done it that way? Just to add that into a kind of character. But Nikki Bella's here. Wearing the red and black. She was wearing pink last week, I think. No, earlier and green last week, which was a bit confusing. Woo! Harsh words there from Nikki. But once again, Aiden, thank you for showing me that basically all of our live feeds seem to have gone backwards because of that weird glitch. So again, if you're watching what you think is live, double check. Press the live button on Netflix and see if it skips ahead to what is now Nikki and Becky going at it verbally. Yeah, me too, Aiden. Thanks again for bringing it up. Such a weird glitch. Oh, broke neck Barbie, says Becky. I like this feud. Nikki versus Becky. Oof. Nice nice line there. Don't keep reminders of the history you've written. It's because of me you have a page to write on. Nice. I like that. Very weird, isn't it, Aiden? A bit of a strange night for Netflix glitches. Oof. She says, I don't care about what you did for the business. Oof. Becky said, I didn't want to respect you. I wanted to replace you, and I've done a pretty good job. Oof. Oof. She says, you used to be that scared girl in the corner, Charlotte Flair's little sidekick. Who's actually beloved at the moment. It says Omar's song, I'm no one's shadow or sidekick. Aiden says Randy has hinted that he might face Cena one more time. I don't know where they're going to fit in, mate. There's not even much time to fit in building towards his last ever match. So it'd be interesting to see what they do because he's not got a lot of dates left. And yes, he adds new ones to it. I guess the gimmick of counting them down is not as needed when he's a good guy as it was when he's a bad guy. Saying I'm off. Nikki says these people made you relevant. The fans aren't really kind of gravitating towards this babyface kind of hyping up from Nikki, unfortunately. Oh no, she said the worst thing you could say, Birmingham. Oh no, it's not going to work. Becky's desperate chant is desperately starting, but I just don't think it's landing, Nikki. And trying to get the old cheap pop, not helping. Oh, classic British behaviour. Woo! Oh man, Becky says classic British behaviour. 800 years of oppressing the Irish ain't good enough for you, man. I have balls, says Becky. Oh, you don't have class. See, it's not a bad promo for Nikki, but something's just not hitting. Oh, you might be a champion, but you're another C word. Oh, okay. Coward. Okay. I think it's worse than the other C word of what I was going to say. It's a word that gets thrown around a lot in the UK. Term of endearment, almost. Okay, so she's agreed to the match. It's going to be at Clash. Okay, there we go. Confirming it. Not happening. Oh, no. Becky said Birmingham. I think she's done that on purpose. I'm actually shocked at what she just said. The only good thing to come out of Birmingham died a month ago. Referring to Ozzy Osbourne's. And then, healing it up by saying he moved to LA because he had sense. But then saying, if I lived in Birmingham, I'd die too. Don't like that one. Don't like that one, Becky. I know you're a heel, but this is uncomfortable. Oh, she's nicked the title off her. Okay. Now, this has done the opposite of what Roman and Bronson's thing did. I went into that one thinking cool and then really excited for this match. I've gone into this one thinking pretty excited to kind of put off, which is a shame. Casper's in the house, says, good evening all. I'm not watching Raw live, but YouTube is getting age verification stuff, but I don't want any spoilers. Oh, mate, you're in the wrong place because we're talking all about Monday Night Raw. I wish you could stick with us, buddy. Can you not catch up with Netflix at the moment? But good to see you in the house. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. And as Aiden says, yeah, look, not a bad show, but as Aiden says, a dreadful feed. It's had some really awkward technical problems. And Aiden, yeah, she did mention Ozzy Osbourne. Not a line I liked, mate. Not a line I liked. I know as a heel, like there are ways you can kind of do that, but it just didn't work for me. It's still a raw. It's still very raw. I wouldn't be surprised if Sharon Osbourne finds that very disrespectful. Maybe she doesn't, but they worked a lot with the WWE, and maybe she takes that the wrong way, or you could say the right way. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure Becky didn't mean legitimately any malice towards that family, but it just didn't come across well for me. Yeah, not great. Again, I know heels do that, and I think there's a way maybe you could have done that a bit better, but it didn't land for me, not in a positive way. Talking of landing though, talking about LA Knight falling through the table now because CM Punk's talking about it backstage, saying I didn't mean it, but I don't care. Oh, you don't want people to? Don't know why people are talking about age verification stuff. Yeah, the law changed in the UK, where you need to verify. It's frustrating. I got on a VPN and find my way around it, but yeah, just for any kind of content that they deem to be, adult, so violence or anything. Good promo from Punk says, I will paint my masterpiece with your blood in Paris, with everybody saying CM Punk. Aiden says it's 2-1 to Liverpool. Ah, man, that means there was hope. Newcastle, they equalised, did they? Oh, no, Bruno, okay, has only just made it 2-1. Okay, so they're coming back. It was a 2-0, was it? Okay. Bron Breaker LA Knight later on tonight. Now, CM Punk is there, so you'd assume he's going to be appearing in front of the audience. I imagine maybe getting involved with the main event. Rhea Ripley now making her way to the ring, though. If you're just joining us, this is the Monday Night Raw watch along from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We don't get to do them often, but anytime we get the opportunity for a European tour, it's a great time for us to do these shows. And a pure star power entrance as ever from Rhea Ripley. As I say, she's making her way to the ring. It is now time for her facing off against Roxanne Perez. You've got to assume Raquel, as you can see in the graphic, is going to be in her corner. A bit of a homecomer of some sorts for Rhea Ripley, of course, not British, but spent a lot of time here in the UK, in NXT UK, of course. And as Michael Cole says, a great ovation for Rhea Ripley. We're about to go to a break, it seems, but if you're watching in the States, stay tuned here with our coverage of Monday Night Raw and this play-by-play experience, because we'll let you know what's going on as the ads show for you in the States, because internationally, we get to see more content. Now, let's see if the timer is correct this time. It was way out of whack on the last one. Right, no time has come up, but I assume those in the States are getting ads at the moment. We continue to see a entrance from Rhea Ripley here. Casper says it's even saying it on multiple channels that you need to get, but you don't want to give your ID. I feel a bit dubious about putting my ID online as well, mate. So I get where you're coming from. If you've got a VPN, just use another country. That's what I would suggest. I think it's a weird law. I kind of get where they're coming from with it, but it's a bit scary where it could go. Got to try and trust, of course, but hey, let's not get into conspiracy or anything like that. I don't like the idea of someone getting a hold of this information. So I agree with you, mate. Not fully comfortable myself, but thankfully, when it's happened to me, I've just gone onto a VPN, pretended I'm in another country, and it's been a-okay. Much like those that are in the States. Again, if you don't get to see SmackDown live on Netflix, if you've got a VPN, pretend you're in the UK, guys, and you get to watch it when we get to watch it live. We did the same on SmackDown this past Friday night in Dublin. And when it comes to your live from Lyon at the earlier time again from Europe, we'll be doing the same here in the UK, being able to watch it on time. But those out in the States or other territories that can't watch it live, that is your opportunity to do so by using a VPN. Let's go, Mummy, says Aiden. And I met a Rhea fan at my work, and she was apparently sitting beside me in London. How mad is that? So you went all the way to London, you come all the way back, and met someone who sat next to you in London at the WWE show you went to. Fantastic. See, I haven't got a timer this time, Aiden. You were getting a timer earlier on, and I don't. But as we say, the continuation of the feed is just entrances at the moment, so you're not missing much if you are watching ads in the States. Again, another use for a VPN. I'm all plugging these VPNs. I should probably get one of those sponsorships, right? As many other channels do. Look at me making money for these companies just for the sake of it. Hey, if you want to support us, at least, subscribe to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Seen a lot of familiar faces tonight in the chat before we got going, and also throughout this watch-along experience. Hopefully, you'll stick with us for the instant reaction review. But if you're new here, hey, what are you waiting for, guys? Subscribe and check out more of our content. It's not just watch-alongs. It's not just previews and reviews. We also have the opportunity to interview the likes of Rhea Ripley on this very channel. So if you want to know how she got into alternative music, for example, check that out on this channel. Got the pleasure of interviewing her quite some time ago now. Also interviewed the likes of Finn Balor, of course, we saw on the show earlier on. Had great conversations with the likes of Big E in the past, and also with Imperium members. So if you haven't already, check those out on our channel, as the main feed now comes back from Monday Night Raw on Netflix. Yeah, Casper, it's confusing, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. A little promo here for the ads, for the podcast, is what I'm saying. New version of 6 Feet Under, of course, without the co-host. Has now been updated, I guess, with WWE's format of now replacing, I think it was Matt, wasn't it? Now with Michelle McCall, just like they did with Tough Enough, which, not Tough Enough, what's it called nowadays? LFG. And just like earlier, we're showing loads of different things in between the start of a match. Sheamus promo. Oh. He's saying he's cringed when he heard Rusev was coming back to WWE. Because no one asked for it and no one wanted it. Especially him. Man. Decent promo from Sheamus. Oh, Aiden's getting close. Starting to yawn, mate. We got about an hour and a half left before the show ends. Hopefully, some entertainment coming your way, mate, to keep you fresh and awake. After this, of course, we'll hit you an instant reaction review. Casper's hopping out. Going to catch up tomorrow night. No worries, buddy. If you do carry on watching Raw tomorrow, hey, you can have us on in the background as a watch along experience still on demand, right? And also make sure you check out our review, mate. If you do watch Monday Night Raw, you'll see exactly what I had to say about it once it was in the books as well. We'll have an instant reaction review for those tuning in live at the end of this as well. So stay tuned for that. And as Aiden says, yeah, see you later, Casper. Hope to see you on Friday for our coverage of Friday Night SmackDown, coming to you from Leon. Aiden also says, I didn't want it especially in regards to Rusev coming back. I got to say, Aiden, like as much as I've enjoyed the show, again, I say it every time, 3 hours is too much. Like you say, you're yawning, and I'm looking at it thinking, we're an hour and a half away. Like this time on Friday, it was half hour left, and I felt good about that. Hour and a half away. Not that I'm not having a good time with you guys, but and it's a decent show, but as I always say, you can have too much of a good thing. The show doesn't need to be 3 hours long, guys. Here we go. Roxanne Perez versus Rhea Ripley, who has a 2-0 deficit to kind of catch up to, as Rhea Ripley has beat her twice. And then you've got the other storyline where Rhea Ripley can't beat Io Sky. So a lot of records being spoken about at the moment. Roxanne Perez hits Rhea with a slap. Rhea aggressively going after her, but Roxanne getting the better of her on the early going. But yeah, I think it's been a decent show so far. Let me know if you agree in the comments. Still got quite a few things to, I guess, see tonight. As I say, an hour and a half to go. So you've got to imagine it's going to go right up until 11 o'clock, here in the UK at least. Just past 9:30 for us. So again, about an hour and a half to go. But let me know what you think of the show so far. At the moment, it's Rhea Ripley in the ring, facing off against Raquel. No, not Raquel. Of Roxanne Perez. Raquel's on the outside. But thank you for joining us here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel's Watch Along Experience of Monday Night Raw, live from Birmingham, here in England. Again, great for us because we get to watch it at a reasonable time. Perez going after Rhea on the outside of the ring. Jessica Carr counting the superstars out, but gets to 4, and they're both back in the ring. Rhea Ripley slowly getting back in control. Now, where did we go with this one? I saw a few kind of comments earlier on saying that maybe Kyrie and Asuka get involved here. Moves Rhea away from the Judgment Day storyline again. Let's go Rhea chant. They're really behind her in Birmingham. Rhea Ripley catches Roxanne, but Roxanne gets out of it and gets protected by a tag team partner. A banger show, says Aiden, but too many ads. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of ads on these shows anyway. I mean, the good thing is, like I say, here in the UK, we get to see the feed continue, but it's still a long show, ain't it? Wish it was ad-free for the first hour. I guess it kind of is for us, right? But there's still a lot of like promotional videos they still play, which can kind of count as ads. So what's the chant? Oh, you're just a Liv Morgan. Fantastic chant. Brilliant. You're just a Liv Morgan. Try not to use the words on this stream. Great chant. Get that louder, man. That needs to be picked up by international audiences. Not that I don't think Roxanne's great, but really plays into the idea that she's taken Liv's place, which it can kind of help, you know, fuel whatever happens when Liv comes back as far as the story they want to tell here. Roxanne is now between the legs of Rhea. A one-armed lift up there. Why? Is she just to hold on to the rope? Why was she just using one arm there? Oof. Rhea's leg is not in a good condition after that. British banter, man. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Great chance. What's the chant now? Oh, is it Rhea Ripley in the style "We Will Rock You"? That's great. Again, some really good chants coming out of Birmingham tonight. Just not as loud. They're not catching on as much as I'd like. I want it really loud. I want people to. I mean, I didn't even realize we were on a break. No, we're going to a break now. There we go. Because it's faded to black. Come on, fade back in. Come on. Don't say there's another technical issue. Oh, here we go. We're faded back. Okay. 11,000 there, apparently. Again, I can't tell if this is in the ads now or if this is part of the show. Because they showed the graphic. I'm surely to say more up next. They won't be showing it during the ad, so. Very back and forth this match. Two count for Perez. You got the timer. Okay, so it is the ad. I'm not getting the timer anymore. I think since I pressed live and they had that weird glitch earlier on, I'm not getting any timer to say we're coming back from ads. So again, for those watching in the States at the moment, the match is continuing for us here in the UK. And Roxanne Perez is very much in control now. Got Rhea's leg wrapped around the second rope in the corner. Really focusing on the leg for Rhea Ripley. I imagine when the break ends, momentum's going to shift quite quickly and Rhea's going to get back in control. But at the moment, still very much Roxanne Perez, who I think should win this because I don't think they should really be going into someone that's new, proving herself on the roster, proving herself on the Judgment Day, losing 3-0 to someone and making a point of it. I don't think that's something they should be doing. So the fact they've made a point of it makes me think that Roxanne will win. Rhea Ripley. Again, great chant. I really hope that picks up as a great chant. Wow. Crazy kind of tilt-a-whirl spinning DDT there from Roxanne Perez. Beautifully hit. Roxanne going up to the top rope. Nope. Oh, springboard. Moonsault, but the knees go up from Rhea. Okay. That sounded like they were coming out of a break. But now we're coming out of a break. So that was a break. Okay. 11,000 strong. The same thing they said earlier. Rhea Ripley, as I expected, is now back in control now that the main feed has come back on. I hope they show a replay of that for those that didn't have their feed continue. It was a lovely DDT there from Roxanne. But Roxanne has been helped now. Her leg's been pulled down by Raquel to kind of put her out of danger, essentially by Rhea, who has now climbed up and started grabbing her by the hair and bandana. But is distracted and therefore hit with a punch to the face by Roxanne Perez, who climbs up to the top rope to meet Rhea and hits her with a nice Hurricane Runner off the top rope. Oh, goodness. Cartwheel knee to the back of the neck. It looked like it really connected. 2-1 says Aiden. Are we talking about the football still? Or Roxanne versus Rhea? I assume you mean the football because you're saying still. But I think this might end up being 2-1. I think Roxanne might be picking up the victory here. The Rhea Ripley chant is a little louder and continuing, so I'm liking that. That's such a cool chant. Rhea just can't get control for long enough. Oh, maybe she can. Headbutt into Perez, who flew off the ropes into that. Rhea gives her a kind of like quick razor's edge, like pretty cool though. Nice kick. Only gets to 2. Yeah, that razor's edge was usually it's like set up, spread the arms. It was kind of like straight away. Not as quick as the release of a jackknife powerbomb or anything like that, but still quick. Kind of modified almost. Slot was in the tunnel, and it was 1 minute 21 seconds after halftime. Oh, wow, really? And Rhea Ripley again can't fully stay in control. Perez now goes for pop rocks. No, slips off. Ripley goes for a kick. Roxanne moves, rolls her up. 2. Oh, thought I was going to be it there. Thought she was going to steal it. Ducks the clothesline. Goes for another turtle well. No, but this is time into almost a Russian leg sweep, but gets stopped. Rhea gives her a headbutt. And the Riptide, don't be doing it 3-0. No, I like you, Rhea, but no. Why do they do this? Right. It's one thing to say Rhea, a decorated champion, future Hall of Famer, can't get the number of someone else like Io. It's another thing for her to just beat an up and comer like Roxanne 3 times. Ooh, lovely kick from Rhea though to fight back there on Raquel. I'm not a fan of the result there, guys. Salah blanket in FPL. Is he really? Because I think I made him my captain this week as well. I'm gutted. If Liverpool are going to win, I at least want something out of it. All right, now it looks like Io's going to get, involved here, surely. So now this kind of goes against that backstage thing where I assumed they were just going to play that in the future, and her mates are going to go, look what you were doing. And Io was going to go, it's a misunderstanding. Look, we do respect each other. But I was saying I want to stay away. And now she's just straight up not doing that anyway. I mean, good for her. Trying to look after someone she respects. 3-0 to Rhea Ripley, as you say, Aiden, yeah. And only 2 points for Salah on the FPL, is it? Oh, man. So this isn't where we're going to get it. Yeah, I guess you could say that, Aiden. She's had a change of heart. And they'll probably still use that footage of them looking in the background as if to kind of explain themselves or whatever when they show promo videos for whatever feud they turn this into. But good for the fans to see some EO action, though. Entertaining in the end, even if I don't really agree with the result or understand some of the execution. Bronson Reed now being shown backstage. Oh, with Seth freaking Rollins. Bronson looks like he's in a trance. Explaining kind of the reasoning behind why Seth's picked him in his group division. So look, I knew I was right because I felt it firsthand. They had a big feud before. And it's not really been explained too much. And now he's hyping up the dog. Aiden says, have you seen that Bron Breakker is getting the Jey Uso treatment? What do you mean by that, mate? I'm glad they finally got a name, by the way. The Vision's not a bad name, and it fits with his character as well and his own nickname. And it fits with what the group is kind of representing. I feel like, the Vision of the future or whatever else. All right. So we've got an hour and 15 minutes left of Monday Night Raw. If all kind of timings are to be hit. Of course, usually a 3-hour show. It's 9:45 here in the UK, which means we're still watching at a reasonable time, which is quite refreshing. This would be about, 2:45 in the morning otherwise, so I'm pretty pleased with that. Still feeling a little tired, though, because it is a long old show. Oh, AJ Styles music is hit. It's a shame he's again on Monday Night Raw, as Lucas said earlier, as we saw on the replay for SmackDown when we speculated as to whether or not he'd show up in Leon, like he had such a great response last time. But yeah, be a shame to miss out on the French hype he seems to get. But yeah, as I say, AJ Styles making the ring now, of course, to face off against Finn Balor, match announced earlier tonight. Aiden says the way when Seth is talking to him is the same way that Roman spoke to Jay in the Bloodline. Interesting comparison there. Yeah, I mean, eventually the group will fall apart, and it'll be who's going to do it, right? I think Bron does make sense. He was kind of a babyface before, wasn't he? I think he'd make more sense doing that out of him and Bronson at the moment. I don't think it's anytime soon, but yeah, we could be sowing the seeds to a story like that where Bron feels disrespected, unappreciated. Speaking of which, Finn Balor looks like he felt a little disrespected earlier on by Dominic's request to deal with the AJ Styles situation. I feel like we had this exact same scenario a few weeks or months back where Dom was saying the same thing like, oh, you know him. You guys go way back. You saw it out. Looks like Finn's going to be doing it again tonight in Birmingham. Of course, history between these two as former Bullet Club members. And Bron to create a new group, says Aiden. It could be. I think he'll probably go out on his, on his own, to be honest. But because I think one argument you can make is that these guys were starting to get a lot of focus around them before they were in the group. So did they need the group? But I do think the group can be a good thing for him. But if Bron was to leave Division and create his own group, then who would go with him? Finn Balor now making his way to the ring. Of course, tag team champion on Monday Night Raw as well. I still like how Finn won't do the arms up, the lights won't come up no more. In a very similar version of his theme song. Just being a heel. Cass's back in the house. Good to see you, mate. Glad you didn't leave us for too long. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're still enjoying Monday Night Raw if you're watching it still. Bron to create a new group with an NXT 2.0 theme. Could be. Almost an invasion type. Very much a big figure of that portion of NXT's career history. It's Corey Graves, yeah. Similar career paths for Finn and Extreme. I wouldn't say extremely similar even, as Corey Graves said it. They both were in New Japan, but a huge portion of AJ's career was TNA, and Finn never wrestled there, so 2-2 is it, Aiden? Oh, mate. I've got to start getting excited now. If Liverpool can drop points, that'd be fantastic for me as an Arsenal fan. 88 minutes as well. Oh, mate. How have they done that? From 2-0 down with a red card as well. Anyway, bringing it back to stuff here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We were on an ad break there, as Aiden mentioned. In America, they were getting ads, but here in the UK, we would get the entrances essentially. So you didn't miss too much if you're watching in the States. Casper says, I'm going to watch Raw tomorrow. I've got a hospital appointment in the tomorrow. Casper, Hope everything goes well for you at the hospital, buddy. And hope you enjoy watching Monday Night Raw when you do get around to it. It's been a good show so far. It has been enjoyable. But the good thing about watching it tomorrow, mate, is you can skip through all the ads and things like that, right? But hey, if you are watching live, we appreciate you joining us on the watch along experience, and Casper for hopping in, even though he's not watching it now. It's a real little friendship going on between EO and Rio backstage. Bit touchy feely as well. Oh, here we go. Kyrie's holding back Asuka, who seems angry about this. Again, another match that starts with entrances, and then we see like 2 different segments in between, like whether it be a promo and then a backstage kind of talking thing. Anyway, Io and Kyrie and Asuka, sorry, very angry with Io. Stop talking with her. Man, they are not happy. Oh, Io, this is going to be like a... Are we going to get a love story here? Io saying, trust me. But Kyrie's like, nah, man. I'm sorry. I mean, they're very emotionally playing into something that feels like it's 6 months in the making, which it definitely isn't. Not on screen, anyway. But they just said on commentary she's getting weirder. It does feel a little strange, doesn't it? Anyway, Finn Balor's in the ring still, making his entrance while that was going on backstage, which makes no sense. Aiden getting excited. What about the football? Casper, try booking a ticket. I want a girlfriend. Not happy being single. You're looking for a girl, are you, Casper? What do you mean book a ticket? Book a ticket to Raw? Damage Control Breakdown 2.0. Yeah, it's very similar, isn't it? Some of the same members, of course. I'm keeping an eye on the football score myself now, Aidan. I see it's 90 plus 1. Oh, man. Please, Liverpool, drop points. If you're a Liverpool fan, no offense. I'm a Gooner, and I need you to drop points. And Gooner in the sense of Arsenal fan, by the way, not in the sense of what people say online these days outside of the UK, which is very unfortunate that is the same word. Oh, Casper, you're on a singles night out. Gotcha. Sorry to hear you're feeling lonely, buddy. Hope we can keep you company, but I know what you're saying. Look, I hope you have a good time on your singles night out, mate, and hope things pick up for you, mate, and you feel a bit more comfortable. Liverpool bottle. Ooh, I'd love it. We're early in the season, though. We're early in the season. Very early in the season. 2 games in. Please don't get another goal, Liverpool. Aiden's a Chelsea fan, so wants to see Liverpool drop points as well. Speaking of football, you can find us on the football channel as well. We've got a movie and TV channel. We don't upload as frequently on those channels as we do here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, but we're all part of the Rebellious Noise crew. Also, Rebellious Noise Tastes, RN Tastes, if you like food and drink content. Check out more of our Rebellious Noise channels. And of course, the main Rebellious Noise channel that we've had going for the longest amount of time now. Used to have a lot of our old wrestling content on there before we split the channels as well. So if you want to see our archive wrestling content, then the Rebellious Noise channel itself is the place to go. But here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel is where you get all our latest content as we head to a break on Monday Night Raw. Probably a good time for me to promote some things for you as well. Look, I mentioned earlier on, it's not just previews and reviews that we do on this channel. We also get the opportunity to interview the likes of Rhea Ripley, who we saw earlier on successfully defeat Roxanne Perez. Also, the man in the ring, in action at the moment, taking control of AJ Styles, Finn Balor. We've had a great conversation with him on this channel as well. So if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and check out more of our content. Now, Monday Night Raw is currently on a break. If you're watching in the States, you've got ads probably selling you insurance and burgers or something. But here in the UK and the rest of the world, we have the match continuing. So let me fill you in, our American friends. AJ Styles is now in control, just about though. Flips over on Finn Balor, goes for a kind of sunset flip, but there's a basement drop kick from Balor, who quickly takes control once again. The match is slowed down now after a brief kind of pickup in speed on AJ Styles' part, but he's now crawling to the ropes, trying to get to his feet, but AJ is not being allowed to do so because the leg of Finn Balor is kind of coming on down over the back and shoulders of AJ to kind of choke him almost. The referees pulled him away, and AJ is trying to compose himself as Finn Balor is going right back at him. Aiden says, I missed one of your messages. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Casper's a Man United fan, but get drawing with Fulham. I'm okay about it, but we beat Burnley. I hope we beat Burnley at the weekend, he says. Yeah, it's a strange start for Man United. I think they held their own quite well against Arsenal. Obviously, didn't win, but a lot of people were impressed with Man United in that. But yeah, drew to Fulham. Fulham are a decent side these days. 11 minutes added. Played 4.5. 11 minutes added. I guess there was a red card, but man, I need to watch the highlights for this this game. Bring it back to pro wrestling though. AJ Styles has Finn Balor on his shoulders, and we get a blank screen because we're about to come back to the main feed. And here it is. Wide shot of the arena in Birmingham looking packed. 11,000 in the house apparently. As we ease back into the ring to see AJ Styles on the floor and Finn Balor truly in control. Yeah, Casper Fulham are decent these days. Of course, owned by Tony Khan, pro wrestling's other big mogul. I still got to watch the rest of... I've only seen slight clips of Forbidden Door, by the way. So, of course, took place in London. As I say, Lucas was at the show. Managed to get some great footage. If you haven't seen it already, check out our socials at RN Pro Wrestling. That's the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel here on YouTube as well, where you'll also find some shorts. We've got some highlights from the event and some great clips overall. Red card was in the first half today, then. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. So, man, what is delayed it in the second? Right, we're in the second half of this match as well as AJ Styles picks up Finn Balor on top of his shoulders, but Finn fights out of it, cuts the throat. Styles gets out, Pele kick to the other man who likes to hit the Pele kick. Lovely forearm by AJ Styles, who's amped up now. Finn Balor's in the corner. Casper says it's Forbidden Door on YouTube. It's not on YouTube, mate, but I think AEW put up highlights of their pay-per-views now, so you might be able to at least find it on YouTube as highlights. But yeah, from what I heard, decent show. It's a great time for us here in the UK, of course. It's become a tradition for AEW now to do shows on bank holiday weekends here in August. So I hope you're having a good August bank holiday and enjoyed the sun if you're here in the UK. Of course, All In is coming back next August bank holiday as well. Took a brief trip back to the States this time round, of course, in Texas this year, which was a fun show itself. Back to WWE though, sling blade action here from Finn Balor, who goes to the corner, taunting. Slightly slow match now. I think the pacing in this half of the show, guys, has been a lot slower. Not bad matches, but I mean, you've got 3 hours to fill. Don't get me wrong. Harsh drop kick there from Finn Balor, goes up to the top rope for surely the coup de grace. I'd imagine Styles going to move here. Right on cue. Lands on his feet. Not a good landing for Finn Balor. Styles sets up for the calf crusher. Doesn't get it. Balor flips through as well. Nice little back and forth here. Lovely reversal into the Styles clash. Bang! And he hits it. Can that be the pin? It's got to be the pin. I don't think it is, though. Oh, it is. Okay. So rumors going around, as Casper says, Will Ospreay heard got injured, maybe a career injury. And I haven't seen much about it. I've heard rumblings as well that it looks bad. But I saw he was interviewed by our good friend Skillet over at the Kickout podcast. You all know Skillet from having been on the build-up show with us in the past. Go check out their work, by the way, guys, on the Kickout podcast. And he was basically talking to Ospreay before the show, who said, "Look, I'm fine. I don't want to worry anyone. I'm fine. It can't get any worse. I'm going to get this match out of the way and we'll go get it sorted." I'm not sure if that is really the case or if something's changed since then or if it's just something that they've played into storyline wise because of it, you know. But yeah, I'll have to watch it myself. But hopefully it's not the case. And Ospreay's going to be all right and coming back hopefully soon. Backstage, two cousins chatting though, Jey Uso and Roman Reigns on the same page again. Oh, not long to go in the Liverpool-Newcastle match. Wow. Roman giving a lot of props to Jey now, saying you've helped me, the family, this company, and good luck. This is a bit weird. They're really playing into Roman supporting Jey all of a sudden and the title. Is this just to make him properly a good guy and to kind of make up for the things he hasn't apologized for? Or is there an ulterior motive now? I really hope Roman's not going to turn heel already. But a lot of support for his cousin there. You got to imagine the Yeet Man might show up on the show then if he's there to get the fans hyped up. Maybe after the event, maybe with a dark match, or maybe interfering in the main event. As you can see, LA Knight, Bron Breakker tonight. Of course, two people involved at Clash in Paris as well. Thoughts on Naomi relinquishing the title, says Casper. Look, we touched on it briefly earlier on when they showed the replay of her announcement. I'm really happy for her. It's a shame she has to give up the belt, but it is what it is. There's no better excuse for it, in my opinion, other than just a big injury or something like that. So, yeah, I'm happy for her. It shakes things up. I feel bad for her career-wise because I think she was in such a good space and getting great opportunities, but I'm hoping we get more of that when she comes back. So it's a shame to see her go, but it's for a great reason. So let's hope it's all right when she comes back and kind of picks up where she left off. So it started with commiserations here with the New Day upset about their tag titles again, but now there are celebrations. There's confetti all over the place. I don't know if this is, again, just on the UK stream, but there's a promo here. Again, one of those cool shots that they do out in the stands by the fans. I'm loving it. Those colours floating down on the black clothing of Kofi and Xavier in their funeral gear, essentially. Looks amazing. Kofi looks happy. Oh, you're joking. The Liverpool score. No way. Oh, that's it. Great. 2 games in, I feel like they win a league already. Ah. Look at Grayson Waller continuing to throw the confetti in the air. He's playing the role well. It's an interesting role for him, different for someone that's just so cocky to basically be the side piece here. Still dropping it all. Looks cool. This in the UK. Oh man, and a 17-year-old did it. What a story. Gutted. Oh, after all that, man, Newcastle. Ah. Salah assist. Oh, at least my points are going to go up in FPL. That's a Monday Night Raw, though. A typical heel promo from the New Day. Saying you should be thankful and all this kind of stuff about them. Still Grayson throwing the confetti everywhere. Cool visual. Casper says Brock to return at Night of Champions to appear after John Cena. Night of Champions. I'm not happy about John Cena face. Oh yeah, so it was a bit. Yeah, a bit all over the place that John Cena face turn when I'm glad he's back where he should be, but it's the heel run that was the disappointment, right? It was weird way to turn him back, but they've done it now. Aiden says at least Endo didn't play because João Pedro will be subbed on. So I'm guessing the game's over now. Apparently it says it's 90 plus 14 now, man. Oh, what a joke. Is the kind of performances that win your titles, man. I haven't seen it yet, but the fact that they've held out and got it back, oh, I mean, again, it's only 2 games in. Right, advert there for Paris next Monday night, I should say. Monday Night Raw, of course. And again, it's at a reasonable time for us here in the UK and the rest of Europe. So we will be trying to cover as much of these shows as we can. As I say, we plan to be live for a watch along of SmackDown on Friday for Lyon. Clash in Paris, and then again for Monday Night Raw next week, also in France and also in Paris. We've got a promo now for Bayley. Of course, we're seeing this new version of her character. Wow, now she's hearing Hugger Bayley. Wow. So it's not the role. Last week it was just role model, and I thought it was your typical negative heel trying to get in on her, and she's hearing voices. Which is really weird that they're playing it like this because it just doesn't make sense in storyline. If we're supposed to think this is real, why can we hear these voices? Because this wrestler recorded these voices. Unless they play into that. Okay, now we're getting the role model again. I like how they. I mean, I don't like what they're doing, but I like how they're showing the old footage, but also the shadowy footage of both characters, which she's redone. Obviously, you could tell by their hair who it's meant to be. Aiden says, "Is Bailey going back to the hugger?" I don't think so. I thought she was when she turned babyface again, but she didn't then. Class in Paris is where Casper thinks Brock might show up, actually. Liverpool, Newcastle full time. All right. I can stop thinking about that then. Go away. As Bailey tries to stop thinking about the voices in her head. Randy Orton type vibes. Except we don't see Randy's voices or hear them. Interesting that they're doing something different with her character. I just don't know if they should do stuff like this where you like hear what she hears. Doesn't make sense. Lyra is now concerned. Who's she concerned about? Who's she worried about? Is it Bailey again? Judgment Day are annoyed about AJ still. Sure, they're setting up Dom and AJ, but when? Clash? Pierce agrees it does after end. So what we getting? Oh, Raw in Paris. Apart from the building, says JD. Even better, says Adam Pierce. 1-1 with Dominic Mysterio. Okay, cool. It could have been that Clash. Nice for the IC belt. That'd be cool. Looking forward to Raw a little bit more now next week. And I'm glad we're finally going to see what we've been hoping to see. Charles Xavier. AJ Styles in France again. So, yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, Aiden says it was Lyra concerned about Bailey. Okay, I missed that. So I thought that might be the case. I do get tired of the vision. I think Seth Rollins' faction needs something else, says Casper. Yeah, I think it's getting better. I'm glad they got a name. But yeah, what's next? So yeah, little promo here for Clash in Paris. Of course, we've got Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed. Sheamus versus Rusev in a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. John Cena versus Logan Paul. Also at Clash in Paris. Again, we're going to be doing as much as we can to cover Clash in Paris on this very channel, including a build-up show, as we do for all our PLEs, where we get you guys and us hyped up for the show, talk last-minute rumors and things like that. So if that sounds like your kind of cup of tea, then join us by subscribing and tuning in on Sunday night. We'll also be back on Friday, of course, for Leon's SmackDown and Monday Night's Raw in Paris as well. Fatal four-way match, of course, for the title. What was the other one they said there? Was women's match, wasn't it? The dogs are barking. Oh! Roman takes out Braun Breaker, and he's going after Bronson Reed backstage now as well. Superman punch. Wow. Ah. Well, okay. Roman Reigns been taken out of the building by security. Oh, now LA Knight's taking out Braun Breaker even. Casper says, where does this leave Naomi and Stephanie Vaquer in their match? Yeah, Adam Pearce said it's not happening. He mentioned it on Monday Night Raw, but they didn't really say what was happening instead. There was no kind of replacement plan or anything like that. So it seems like they might not really know themselves. So hopefully they figure it out soon. Hopefully it's good. Do you have to wonder where it would have gone with Stephanie Vaquer? Would have been big for her to become champion already. LA Knight now going out with Braun Breaker again on the ramp, who trips over some lights there. Leg all caught up. Yeah, LA Knight saying he's not happy again about having to compete tonight, seeing as the other three in the match that he's taking part in don't. He's at a disadvantage, if you will, especially if he kind of gets down and dirty as much as it looks like he is with Braun Breaker here. Not the most traditional start to a match, so we could argue it was exhausting. But then again, he's the one that took out Braun even backstage. Gone to an ad now, but just to continue and let you know what you're missing if you are watching in the States and getting ads. Braun Breaker is on the floor, but they're next to the ring now because LA Knight's just whacked his head off of steel steps. Aiden says it will take a week to finalise Vaquer's opponent, but she will get a shot at the vacant belt. Is that what they're saying? I missed that. I thought they might do a tournament or something like that. Yeah, back to the ads, as Aiden says. But here in the UK, what we can see is LA Knight very much in control of Braun Breaker, throws him into the barrier as well. Casper says, I've been watching NXT, an amazing show last week. I didn't see it, Casper, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. I heard some good things as well. Heatwave looked pretty good last night. Casper says, yeah, Heatwave was okay. Breaker trying to get back in control here, but LA Knight's not letting him. Still on the outside of the ring. Irish whips Breaker into the turnbuckle. Whacks his shoulder off of it. Falls to the ground. Stomping away on the elbow now is LA Knight. And gets the yeah from the crowd. And Aiden says, just to clarify about Stephanie Vaquer, that she is number one contender and she will get a shot at the belt. All right. So how are they going to do that then? Who else deserves to be in the match? Casper's a fan of Sol Ruka. Me too, mate. I think she's a great, great talent. And yeah, really excited to see what more she can do. Aiden says Breaker's elbow is busted open. I thought I heard Michael Cole say that, but I didn't know if they meant just like he's busting it. Oh, so Breaker went for his off the apron clothesline into the announce table, but LA Knight was ready for it, scouted it, and hits him with a kind of belly punch essentially, breaks up the momentum and starts whacking Breaker's head off of the table to a roar of yeah each time. And he's thrown over the announce table onto the floor by LA Knight, who climbs on the announce table and knocks off the Raw kind of shield. LA Knight on top. Don't jump because your feet are caught on the cable, mate. Your feet are caught on the cable. Oh, the cable went with him, and oh, that could have been dangerous. His legs went a bit funky there. That could have been bad there. Luckily, it didn't injure him. Soul should have been called up, says Aiden. Yeah, I think our time will come. The bell rings. The match is on the way, everybody. Oh, wait. Now the lights gone out again. I'll be coming back to the main feed. There we go. The match is underway. So the bell ringing was on the ads, not on the feed itself. Weird timing. LA Knight's got him in the corner now. Sounds like there's some boos there, or they just the dog's barking. No spoilers for Heatwave, says Casper. We'll try. We'll keep away from it, mate. We are at 10:16 here in the UK, so we're about 44 minutes left as they go up to the hour itself. Again, you're watching the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, the watching experience for Monday Night Raw live from Birmingham, England. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in. If you're watching live on demand, we appreciate it. We want to know what you think of Monday Night Raw tonight. Have you enjoyed the show? I think it's been good. I can't doubt that, denying it. I'm getting tired. I mean, it happens every time I watch Monday Night Raw live because it's a long show. But I got to say, it's been quite fun. We also did a watch-along experience for SmackDown in Dublin and an instant reaction review. So if you haven't already, check that out on this very channel. If you didn't see the replay earlier on tonight. But let me know what you think of Monday Night Raw so far. I think it's been a good show myself, even if it has been long. But hey, that's always the case. Braun not happy with the chance. Who let the dogs out? Not a chant for you, Braun. You should be happy. See, if he was a babyface, that'd go down really well. I think they might start doing it. I think there's a lot of chants that we've seen tonight, or a few, I should say, that might continue as Braun takes the mick out of the LA Knight of a few years of his own. But the Who Lets the Dogs Out, I could see that could pick up. The Rhea Ripley chant in the tune of We Will Rock You. There was another as well I enjoyed. I can't remember what it was now. And the shirt comes off. It's finally in wrestling gear. Had a little bit of chatter there from LA Knight. Again, we're about 41 minutes away from the show being over. Stay tuned, though, because we will be hitting you with an instant reaction review, breaking down all the big stories to come out of Monday Night Raw tonight. And this is, I thought this was the main event. Yeah, is there anything else advertised? Yeah, I thought this was the main event as well. You're right. I can imagine this. I mean, it's not going to go 40 minutes, but maybe another 10, and then a lot of shenanigans. Casper, sorry to read your comment there, mate. Appreciate you feeling like you can bring that up here, but sorry to hear that. And look, be I don't want to say be strong or anything like that, but I do encourage you to try and seek help if you are struggling. Um, if you are a recovering alcoholic and you're drinking, then hey, look, I don't want to tell you what to do, but it doesn't sound like the best idea, buddy. So try not to go too far with it, mate. And hopefully, again, if you're struggling, see if you can reach out to people around you to support you with that. If you're struggling with addiction as well, I know there are plenty of places you can try and reach out to, and hopefully they can give you a little bit of support, buddy. Hope we bring you a little bit of joy tonight, though, on the stream, mate. Appreciate your comments as always. Always good to have you in, and I hope you're enjoying the wrestling chatter. You're fine, okay, mate. That's good. As long as you're actually fine, I hope that's the case. Just a little concerning when you say you shouldn't be drinking, but you are, you know. So, but look, how you feeling better soon, either way. Ellen Knight rolls out of the ring now, tries to chase after Paul Heyman. He's stopped by a Bron Breaker. I thought I heard this chant from the fans earlier. You fat to Paul Heyman. Yeah, that's what I heard. They're doing it louder now. Little ad here for Clash in Paris on the bottom of the screen as well. Of course, again, coming to you live this Sunday. As you say, a lot of British banter on this show with the audience. They've been a good crowd tonight. Got a bit slow this bit, hasn't it? Let's be honest. I think the second half of the show has really, really been slower paced than the rest of it. I think it's because they're trying to fill so much. Again, 3 hours. I know every time I do a Raw stream, I moan about the length, but my opinion doesn't change. Who let the dogs out chant again? The fans are trying to keep themselves entertained. And no disrespect to those in the ring, but look, again, it's a long night. Says it was better than the Republic of Ireland. Again, Aidan, you keep bashing the Irish here and the fans in Dublin, but I think they were good. I wish I was there. I really do. I was actually looking to try and go to the Dublin show. Gutted I wasn't able to. Had other work commitments in the way. Had to go to the Arsenal Leeds game, as I mentioned earlier on as well. So, actually, I don't want to think about football now that Liverpool won. Back from the break. LA Knight goes for a pin, only gets 2. Oh, so he went for a net breaker, but my stream froze there. I don't know if that's the case for anyone else. It's come back on now, though. But since we had 2 big technical issues earlier on, I do wonder if that was a continuation of it or if it was just something to do with my computer. Oh, it seems like it's slowing down again. So maybe it is not just me. Breaker and Knight on the top rope. Breaker thrown off by Knight, who sits on the second rope, sits on the third. Oh, and beautifully, Frankenstein off the top rope. You guessed it, surely. As you saw, Braun make a bit of space for himself and then run up. Yeah, as I say, absolutely effortless. Fantastic move there. It's great that he can pull that off like his ancestors, you know? Braun Breaker lining it up, but as Corey says, but then gets hit with a kick instead of connecting with a spear. Catches him as if he's going to hit him with a chokeslam, but picks him up with both hands. Oh, so you're right. Your stream froze as well, but it's better. Okay. I see your comments, Casper, mate. Maybe slow down if you're not really drinking these days. Maybe it's not the best idea, mate. Get a bit of sleep, maybe. Tomorrow's a new day and all that. Try and catch up on wrestling tomorrow, as you say. You got Heatwave to watch as well. Aiden says, upset during your entrance, your head's massive. You're just he's got a whole world in his head. Man, there was loads of chants going on about JD. Slugging back and forth now. It's been a bit of a slug, this match itself. It's kind of long. See the way he picked him up there, man. LA squeezed out of that one. LA Knight on the second rope, jumps up to the top, dives off, but lands on his feet as Braun gets away. The fans are chanting, "This is awesome!" there, so they're enjoying themselves there. Clothesline from Braun Breaker. I keep saying Bronson Reed. Their names are too similar, guys. Here we go. The shoulders, the straps even are coming down off the shoulders. Someone gave the wolf whistle. Yeah. Hey, Casper, you ain't got to apologise to me, mate. I just hope you're doing well. Look out for you, buddy. I want you to get support if you need it, and get a bit of rest, and don't go too diving into the drinking. If it's something that you've actively tried to stay away from, then you should be proud of yourself for doing that, mate. And people have hiccups and little slip ups. That's part of life, but it's trying to kind of move on from that. See how you feel from there. Christopher says Roxanne Perez, 42 matches, 27 defeats, and 15 wins. Is that really the case, Christopher? Man, she don't win a lot, does she? And I really thought she should win tonight. I was saying that earlier on. I was disappointed by them kind of highlighting the win-loss record against Rhea Ripley. If it meant she was going to lose again, it really not the best idea for me. LA jumps up to the top rope again, grabs Braun. I need to call him Brock there, another name. All right, Casper. Glad you're doing okay, mate. If you feel fine. But again, just know if you're not, you can reach out to people. Night all, Casper says. Have a good rest, Casper. Hope you're doing well, mate. And we'll see you on the next stream, mate. We've got SmackDown to talk about on Friday, Clash in Paris on Sunday, Raw in Paris on Monday. It's going to be a big week for us on the channel, mate. And it's always good to have you on board. So looking forward to having you back, buddy. As Aiden says, have a good sleep, buddy. Seth Rollins made his way out. Oh! State of that spear. Look like he killed LA Knight. So it's kind of what I thought. The match would go on a bit longer and then there'd be shenanigans, right? But okay, CM Punk's getting chanted for now. Oh, match is over. Okay. That's it. Seth is now beating up on LA Knight. As you say, Punk or Roman. Probably more likely Punk because he is there. We haven't seen him yet, right? We've seen Roman a few times. We've only seen Punk backstage. And he is in that match as well. So maybe this is going to be Punk, Jey Uso. Uso, right on cue. But maybe that's what happens. Uso, with his Union Jack Yeet shirt, by the way, taken out. Like they leveled it again. Punk comes out, they level it again, and the bad guys get in control. But Roman doesn't come out because he's been taken away by security. Maybe they play into that kind of could he have come back sort of thing. Who knows? Maybe that's where they're going with it. I don't know. As Aiden says, Jay is here, the Yeet Man himself, hitting with the Yeet punches and the super kick to Rollins. Surely Bronson Reed's going to come out and try and take out Jay. Could hear Seth saying something. Breaker goes for a punch, misses it. Seth tries to take a hold of Jay, sets him up for a pedigree and hits it. In a lovely green suit, I might add. CM Punk chants. Come on, Punk. Come on, Punk. Where is he? We want to hear that static. Come on, Punk. There we go. Took a while, but it hit, and the fans have gone wild as you expect. The fourth man in the fatal four-way, as Mike Cole says, now making his way to the ring as Braun tries to prevent that. Runs at him, they start going out in the aisle as the fans, once again, like they did last week, I believe it was, carry on to sing his theme song even when it stops. And it plays almost perfectly as he gets face to face with Seth Rollins on the apron. Jumps over the ropes, and they go at it. And we're going to see some of this at Paris, of course. Two others in the match as well. It'll be interesting to see what people have to say about that match and the kind of setup for it and the predictions for it, really. We'll be doing that again on the build-up show for Clash in Paris on the weekend. So make sure you tune in for that, guys. Monday Night Raw, though, looks like it's about to soon go off the air. Maybe about half an hour earlier than we expected as well. Seth says you're never getting a piece of this as he walks away with the title. CM Punk chants as well. Cult personally sounds better in the UK. Seth say P ended in Y. Aiden thinks LA might hit Punk. Could happen. Oh, I think it's about to happen, mate. Right on cue. Oh, they're pushing at each other. It was the P word to describe someone as a wimp, Aiden. If you get what I mean. Oh, that's it. Here they go. Back at it. Oh, but Knight is thrown into it. Jey Uso. Punk looks a little bit disappointed, but picks up LA for the go to sleep, who slips out of it. Also goes to hit Punk, who ducks, and then there's a super kick to LA Knight. LA Knight is kind of almost lost in the shuffle as a good guy here with two guys like this. Not sure if that was the wisest move. You were right, Aiden. You called it. Oh! And every man for himself. Jey Uso super kicks CM Punk. Gets a big yeet for it, and Seth even starts yeeting in approval. Of course, not the biggest fan of Punk himself. But ain't about being friends in this one, it seems, for Jey Uso. Man. And that's it. Monday Night Raw seems to be going off the air, guys. Wow, okay. That seems to be Monday Night Raw in the books. But last show we did, we saw the credits went up and there was something after it. So that could be the case here. Remember, of course, we saw the John Cena Logan Paul thing happen as a completely different segment to what was going on in the ring. Loads of yeeting, but it looks like this might be it. The final shot. Yeah, that's it. It fades to black. And the Tudum hits as Raw from Birmingham is in the books, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show, and I hope you've enjoyed this watch-along experience. Let me know in the comments what you did think of the show. Aiden says, shocked to this timing. Yeah, you're right, man. Like, it's ended 30 minutes earlier, or 25 minutes earlier at least, than we expected. It's a 3-hour show. Would it be spaced out with even more ads? No, it's not even being shown later, is it? Like, it's in America Live as well. And they got stopped on the last minute, referring back to the football as well. Well, that is it for Monday Night Raw, guys. I really hope you've enjoyed this watch-along experience. We're not done, though. We're going to stay tuned right here because we are going to also have our instant reaction review. So thank you to everyone that's joined us on the show so far, who joined us for the preview portion, who joined us for the watch-along and the play-by-play analysis. We're also going to now have an instant reaction review for Monday Night Raw, where we're going to break down all the big stories coming out of the show itself. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back doing an instant reaction right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and I'm joining you on a Monday night from England to talk about a show that took place in England tonight, Monday Night Raw, of course, at a reasonable time, so it meant we got to do a watch-along experience. Thank you to everyone that tuned in live for that, and thank you to everyone that's tuned in for this portion of the show, of course, the instant reaction review, and we appreciate those joining on demand as well. Let us know what you thought of the show. I want to hear your comments in this show as well. We're going to talk about the kind of hits, the misses, if you will, as well, from a kind of busy Monday Night Raw in Birmingham. But again, I want to know what you thought of the show overall as we start to break it down segment by segment and moment by moment on this review. Overall, guys, I thought it was a fun show. I don't think it was, I guess, spectacular in the second half. It did kind of drag almost, but then weirdly enough ended 30 minutes earlier than we expected. Of course, Monday Night Raw these days is, or it tends to be, a 3-hour show. The show run at about 2 hours 35, so a very, very different time frame for Monday Night Raw. And I think maybe if I knew that, it might not have felt like it was dragging as much, because I would have known there was light at the end of the tunnel, essentially. That sounds like I didn't enjoy Raw. I did enjoy Raw. It's just, I always say, and I've said it time and time again, you guys will know if you've been with us before, I'm not the biggest fan of Raw being 3 hours long. That being said, as I say, it was a enjoyable show. Let's get into the big kind of stories to come out of it, though. Again, thank you to everyone that joined us on the show earlier on, but you're now watching the instant reaction review of Monday Night Raw. Let's get into it, though, guys. Let's start with what we opened the show with, of course, which was, as advertised, Roman Reigns making his way to the ring and basically apparently being advertised as to come and explain why he's done what he's done recently and looking after his cousin Jey Uso, which I kind of thought was, well, okay, that's obvious. It's his cousin, and I'm a good guy now, and so is he. But it kind of moved away from that. Bronson Reed came out with Paul Heyman. Had a really, really fun segment, if I'm honest. I really, really enjoyed this. It was a great way to open the show. The fans of Birmingham were, as expected, on fire. Really, really seemed to enjoy the night themselves, as we did on the watch-along, of course. But I can imagine what the atmosphere would have been like in the arena itself. So credit to the fans there. Some great songs in this one. The typical daddy cool that you get over in Europe these days in the name of Roman Reigns. And of course, we had, as I say, Bronson Reed coming out with a shooter filer and really dropping some great lines himself on Roman as well. But a really, really enjoyable opening segment. The typical stuff from Paul Heyman, all that kind of stuff, and then healing it up, not wanting the orders to kind of say it along with him. But then you got Roman Reigns showing a different side of him, like a really kind of almost emotional, happy, positive, but then kind of sad side at the same time, at kind of feeling guilty almost about kind of his past. Like he's all of a sudden really started to show appreciation for Jey Uso and for his fans, but also talk about, how he's a changed man and he's lost things in his life. He's lost his wise man, he's lost his bloodline, he's lost his titles as well. So quite an interesting opener as far as Roman Reigns' storyline progression and character progression goes as well. So quite I guess a notable one in that sense as well. That's how we opened it up, and again, I thought it was coming thick and heavy, man. It was a good start to the show. Actually really did enjoy it. Aiden's popping out, got to go college tomorrow. No worry, Aiden, thank you so much for tuning in and watching along with us on the show as well. Appreciate everyone that's been with us, where we've been commenting or lurking in the background. We appreciate it. If you're still live though, let me know what you do think of Monday Night Raw, and did you think it was a good show overall? And again, Aiden, we'll see you on the next stream, buddy. We're going to be back, of course, on Friday night for a stream of SmackDown coming to you live from Leon. Well, I'm not in Leon, but I'll be live as well. But yeah, let's dive into Monday Night Raw in more detail. As I say, started out, in my opinion, with a really, really fun opening segment with Roman Reigns and Bronson Reed. First match we get into, though, it was... I'm trying to remember now. What was it? Let me see if I can get to some notes here. It was... Oh, no, we had backstage, didn't we? Yeah, day night, talking about how he thought CM Punk did push him. That plays into the main event. We'll get to that later on, of course, as well. We just saw how the show closed with loads of shenanigans. Quick comment here from Aiden as far as rating the show. Gives it an 8 out of 10. Only marked it down because of the Netflix glitches. So not really about the content itself, but I appreciate what you mean. It did have some weird glitches, didn't it? For those that aren't familiar, maybe didn't have it on their end, well, I actually feel like it was probably a global thing. It was in the opening match, I believe. There was slow motion, basically, footage. Audio went, and then it kind of caught up. Later on, there was a bit where they went to the ads. They said it was a 9-minute ad break. It went about 6, and then it in that replayed the same segment again of the New Day chatting. For us in the UK, where we aren't seeing ads, we're seeing kind of bonus content, essentially. They played that twice. They played the kind of promos that they had delivered about that night twice. And then all of a sudden it kind of caught back up and you could press live and it jumped ahead to Becky Lynch already been in the ring. It really kind of took us out of the moment. I think a lot of us was taken by surprise, and we did fall behind, as Aiden says. Aiden was watching live and thankfully sent me a message and said, look, it's not live for me anymore. And I realized mine was the same and we caught up. But look, let's focus on the positives. The next week's thing was kind of annoying, don't get me wrong. It did take away from the show a little bit, but the show itself was really cool. What did we start out with? I swear it was the Dragon Lee match was first, right? Dragon Lee versus JD McDonough. I thought it was a really, really good match. I'm just trying to find my notes here. See if I can get to where we are. Was it Dragon Lee and JD McDonough? Yeah, it was. Fantastic match, by the way, guys. This one wasn't actually advertised ahead of time. This wasn't kind of in the preview that they put up for Monday Night Raw on WWE.com. Sorry, Luke distracted there because Aiden again having a dig at the Dublin crowd. Wasn't the biggest fan there. I think Birmingham were maybe better, but I think the Dublin crowd was still good. Dom wasn't in the correct position. You're right. Yeah, it was that really weird point, wasn't it, where backstage the Judgment Day were chatting and Dom ran behind to get into position to chat to El Grande Americano. Really weird. Again, I said it on the stream earlier on. Who was that? Because sometimes that plays into it, right? You see someone lurking in the background. We saw it with Asuka. We saw it with Kairi Sane on the segment between Io and Rhea, which we'll talk about later on. I thought, was that the same here? But Aiden was watching live with me. Aiden went back and said, no, it was Dom. It looked like Dom just wasn't in the right position. Very, very strange. I wonder if people kind of caught onto that online. But sticking with the Judgment Day, as I say, opened up with a fantastic match. Really, really enjoyable. These guys kind of left it all out there. Match of the night for me. 100% match of the night. Really, really good. Already the best thing I've seen on this European tour. There's been some fun segments and fun moments, great lines and decent matches. But this one basically took it to another level. A really, really enjoyable match. Dragon Lee wins by pinfall by hitting the Operation Dragon. JD kind of course, had a little bit of help from Dominic Mysterio, but AJ Styles, the kind of enemy of a lifetime, really chases you over the sea and catches you no matter where you are. And he did the same thing here with Dominic Mysterio and trying to take him out, which sets up a match later on, which we'll get to very soon. Again, we mentioned earlier on, though, LA Knight is a little bit upset about CM Punk. That we'll play into it later. Coming back from commercial break, we get a Rusev video package where he talks about how he wants to hurt Sheamus. Later on, Sheamus has one in return saying, look, nobody wanted you back, mate. Like, quite a harsh promo in return. But yeah, this is where we got that weird thing. No, they were bickering backstage at this point. JD and the rest of the Judgment Day, Finn Balor, of course. And Raquel said, look, what would Liv want? Dominic says, look, why don't you take care of AJ Styles? And that does set up the match between Finn and AJ later on. We also had Kofi Kingston versus Penta. A pretty good match. Not the kind of like, look, it wasn't pay-per-view quality, and that's okay because it wasn't a pay-per-view match. But I do wonder what these guys could do on another show. It was a good match. It kind of went a bit long, but then again, I think a lot of things on this show kind of dragged out a bit when maybe they could have just had different things going on. It wasn't a bad match. I really enjoyed everything we saw from the guys in the ring and the guys outside the ring, as far as Xavier Woods in his top hat and towels, but no sleeves, and his neck brace because he's playing up that he's got injured from the Destroyer, which, by the way, Grayson Waller is trying to get cancelled, and he's got a petition going around Birmingham. I think they said they'd signed up 27 to the petition, so fair play TMA in Birmingham. And then he goes up to Corey Graves, who signs it. I guess that makes it 28 as well. So that was quite a fun segment. Later on as well, we got to see them be interviewed in the audience in those breaks. Again, if you watched it in the States, you may not have seen this. It might be an exclusive online. But basically, as the ads rolled, we got a bit of bonus footage where they were being interviewed and really happy about the outcome in this match because Kofi Kingston was victorious, and they turned the frown upside down, if you will. They turned the black clothing into something very colourful indeed, as ticker tape or what do you call it? Colourful confetti essentially lands all over the members of the New Day, thanks to their kind of lackey on the side now, it would seem, in Grayson Waller. Again, not what I expected from his character, but I think he's playing it well. I'm enjoying what he's doing here. I just don't know if it was the right thing. I really don't know. Because the whole thing with him and Austin Theory, again, not having an ended, seems to be more relating to how they feel maybe about Austin Theory, who's not getting on the shows at the moment, it would seem. So, yeah, which is in itself a massive shame. A really, really enjoyable match here, like I say. Not as good as the opener, don't get me wrong, but Kofi Kingston does pick up the win with Trouble in Paradise after basically getting some help, as you can imagine, from the heels, with Grayson Waller also helping out Kofi Kingston here as well. Much like we'd already seen in the opening match as well, with a bit of interference. By the way, in the opening match, we did see Finn Balor at first get kind of you're out of here sort of thing from the referee, so that's why it was up to Dominic Mysterio to try and get involved later on. We had some WrestlePalooza hype and stuff like that. We also had Stephanie Vaquer backstage talking about what's happening now. Basically, I missed this at the moment, but I think Aiden said that I didn't really pay attention to what was being said. It was just her saying what's happening next. I didn't notice that apparently Adam Pearce said that you are going to get your match for the title, but I don't know who the other person is going to be, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Of course, that's because Naomi has now relinquished the title, so they will not be facing each other at Clash in Paris. A shame for Naomi, but of course, she's got great things going on in her life, so we can only wish her the best there as well. And hopefully when she comes back, her career continues to kind of pick up and be incredible like it has been over the past year or so. Becky Lynch makes her entrance again. This is where we had that kind of awkward situation going on, and it jumped ahead. Becky Lynch comes out and basically says, from what I've got of it, because again I did miss the beginning because of that glitch from Netflix, look, I'm not going to wait around for someone to call me and just show up. It was advertised basically as Nikki Bella is going to call out Becky Lynch, but yeah, Becky just didn't want that to happen, it seems, in character. I don't know if there was a creative change to actually explain this, but yeah, she just basically came out herself and called out Nikki Bella, or kind of goaded her out at least. Good stuff on the mic here from Becky, but there was that really, really awkward comment about Ozzy Osbourne. Now, I won't go into it too much here because I've already kind of touched on it. And if you want to know my thoughts more in depth, check it out when it happened on the watch along. But I wasn't really a fan of this. I know there is a way to do this kind of thing, but when Ozzy only passed away a month ago, basically she said something about dying, and she kind of led into saying the good thing about Ozzy is he was smart enough to move to LA. And then also, no, I think she said like the best thing about her, Birmingham died a month ago or something like that. And then at least he was smart enough to move away. But if I was him, I'd want to die too, or something along those lines. It was really, really awkward. Talking of awkward as well, there was kind of awkward back and forth between Nikki Bella and Becky Lynch. And I don't like that I'm saying this, but I don't think it was the best segment. I mentioned on the watch along that the opening segment made me want to watch Roman and Bronson Reed more. I actually went into this feud thinking I want to see Nikki and Becky quite a bit. And now coming out of it thinking I don't want to see it anymore. Maybe, I don't want to say I want to see it less, but it just didn't go well. Nikki wasn't bad in her delivery, but it just wasn't for me clicking with the fans. She tried a few times to hit the old cheap pops in there, maybe a bit too often as well. Maybe that's because she could tell it wasn't really going that well. And in my opinion, didn't go too well when she then pronounced it as Birmingham, something I think they've tried their best to steer away from things like Glasgow and Birmingham when they come to the UK. Most of the people are saying Glasgow or Glasgow or Birmingham or Birmingham, closer to pronunciation from people with regional dialects in the UK, or at least maybe the city itself. But to hit it with a Birmingham was a bit cringy for me. And then Becky did the same, which I can only put down to her being heelish and playing into it, or maybe just being so used to being in the States that she sees Birmingham, Alabama as Birmingham, or the main Birmingham, or whatever you want to call it. I'm going on a bit of a tirade here, but I hope you get what I mean. It was just a bit weird. And it didn't really help that we had things like that, essentially. Nikki went for Lynch, I should say, went for a cheap shot. Nikki blocks it, hits it with a rolling elbow. It's a bit of a back and forth. Manhandle slam gets blocked. The rack attack 2.0 gets blocked. And Becky Lynch gets away to fight another day. And yeah, that other day will be Clash in Paris, which, by the way, we will be doing a watch-along experience, much like we did for tonight's Monday Night Raw. So make sure you tune in for that. And as we always do on PLE nights, we're also going to have a build-up show as well. So keep your eyes tuned on this channel for more content surrounding this European tour, but also surrounding Clash in Paris. We're going to try and cover it in depth for you. CM Punk's interviewed backstage after this as well, and he basically says, you know what, I didn't mean it, but I don't really care when it comes to LA Knight. That's basically the summary of what happened there. Rhea Ripley comes out next, and we have Rhea Ripley versus Roxanne Perez. This is where I think the matches started to drag a little. Again, not a bad match. Bad result, in my opinion. I really wanted to see Roxanne Perez get the win here. I know she's a heel, but she is kind of fragile in the sense that she's not been on the roster for long. As Christopher said in the comments earlier, she's got a really bad record, essentially. And now, overall, and a bad record now against Rhea Ripley. They advertised this as, can Rhea Ripley go 3-0, essentially? And she did. And I was really surprised by that, because they've already got a story where Rhea's trying to do something. So it felt like they wanted to make her look good so that her not beating Io wasn't so bad. But Io, in my opinion, as great as she is presented, at least on a lower level than Rhea. So therefore, this is the one time where Rhea doesn't look like the absolute best and doesn't have everybody's number. So that's been good for Io. But then for her to just beat Roxanne 3-0, basically, I didn't like that. Roxanne's proven herself on the main roster as a kind of up-and-comer. She's proven herself within the Judgment Day in the storyline. So I just think it didn't really work. As I say, though, enjoyable match, enjoyable ending if it weren't kind of surrounded by the rest of the story. But it does pick up the win with a Riptide, which I was quite shocked about. After this, though, we'd seen a little bit of action from Raquel Rodriguez getting involved, as you would expect from the heelish Judgment Day faction. And they start beating her down at the end of the match, essentially. Io makes a save. Now, this is kind of interesting because earlier in the night, we'd seen Io and Rhea backstage. And Io was basically saying to Rhea, look, I respect you, but we can't hang out anymore because Asuka and Kairi, they don't really get it and they're not pleased, basically. And Io was really touchy. Rhea was really touchy on the shoulder of of Io. And then, like, they carried on chatting, and I thought, oh, that's it. Like, they're going to replay this in the montage in the future. They're going to go, look, they were close. They were touching each other. And when really Io was saying, look, we got to back off, right? Then, like, they carried on chatting, and the other two in the background really being animated to show that they're disapproving of this because there's a big old hug. And they get really close. Honestly, it felt later on, after seeing this, that maybe it was a little bit more than the friendship that they're alluding to with these two, because I don't know, like, they were just very touchy-feely. Look, mates can be touchy-feely. I hug my mates. I'm not scared to do that. I'm all right hugging my mates, you know? But I don't know. It just felt really weird. Like, they've always respected each other, but now they're, like, really close on camera. Like, and even if it's not more than just friends, it's weird that they're portraying them as those type of friends and that close, because that's never really been the case. She basically comes out to make the save, which I felt was counterproductive because we'd already got the montage clips of the arm and the hug, right? Did we really need to see disapproval? But it's because it was going to play out in front of our eyes, essentially. They just kind of did it all within one show. Io comes out for the save, as I say, but later on we see that her buddies in Asuka and Kairi saying they're not happy about this, and they start screaming at her, more so Asuka, and then a very, very emotional Kairi watches Asuka leave and then just kind of says, I'm sorry, like, really sad and earnestly, like, to a friend in Io, and it was really weird. It was like and even Michael Cole was like, this is all weird. Like, it felt like they've really ramped something up here, something that wasn't really there with their characters before. So, and I don't know why. I don't know what they're doing. Is it just a jealousy thing? Is it just that they're going to be heels and is a new story to tell for, you know, so it's a surprising story, but it could be really surprising depending where it goes. You know, I really don't know where they're going to go with this one. So, hey, stay tuned. We'll keep an eye on that one, and we'll kind of give our thoughts on this channel as much as we can. Speaking of which, again, thank you to everyone that joined us earlier on for the watch-along experience of Monday Night Raw from Birmingham. You are now watching the instant reaction review, so we appreciate you here as well. We're also going to be doing a watch-along experience for Friday Night SmackDown, coming to you live from Leon as well. So stay tuned and subscribe to the channel for details surrounding that stream. And of course, again, on the weekend, we're going to be doing a watch-along and a build-up show for Clash in Paris as well. So stay tuned for that. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Again, we don't just talk wrestling as far as predictions and previews and stuff like that. We've also had the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars in the past, like those that have appeared on tonight's show, like Finn Balor. We've also had great conversations with Drew McIntyre and with Damian Priest in the past as well. So thank you for tuning into this, but I do hope you get to see more of our content on this channel. Sticking to the subject at hand, though, what did you think of Monday Night Raw overall? If you could rate it, I want to know in the comments, whether you're watching live or on demand. If you're lurking in the background, come on, guys, let me know what you thought of Monday Night Raw. Seth Rollins said he was right in the backstage segment to pick Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed was completely different here, by the way. Earlier on, he was all laughing and jokey. Here, angry. They also, in the opening segment, mentioned Bronson's Samoan heritage, which I didn't know. I obviously knew he's of Polynesian descent, but I didn't know it's specifically Samoan. And he said that his family got exiled to Australia. Now, I don't know how much of this is just playing as a character, and he's earned these tattoos, whereas Roman, as a Samoan, is just basically, I guess, a bit kind of insinuating he's a bit of a fraud and you know, not as legit and as scary as his tribe, essentially. And, you know, just paid for his tattoos. So, yeah, quite laughy and jokey, but also kind of menacing in the opener. But then this backstage bit, he's just like a beast. He's just really angry. Yeah. Heyman saying to Seth, look, you were right. You're such a genius. And he's like, yeah, I am. And then he turns to Braun and basically is really hyping up the Vision, as they call their stable now as well. AJ Styles versus Finn Balor. Again, this is because Dominic Mysterio said, oh, you know him. You saw it out. Didn't really work out for Finn Balor, though, because AJ wins off of a fantastic kind of sequence at the end there, where he kind of reverses a load of moves essentially into the Styles Clash and hits the pin. Really, really good match here. Again, one that started a little slow, but really picked up in the end and was enjoyable overall. And another example, if you put this on a PLE, this is a WrestleMania match. I'm not saying they delivered a WrestleMania worthy match, but like marquee wise, it's a WrestleMania match. They delivered a good Raw match, though. It was really cool. And that's, you know, that's okay. You shouldn't have WrestleMania matches on Raw all the time, right? Or often at all, really. But a good Raw quality match. Didn't really work out for the Judgment Day. They're backstage now with Adam Pearson saying, look, not happy about this. There's a funny bit where JD McDonough interrupt Adam Pearce's idea and said, oh, yeah, he's going to be back for the building in Paris next week, right? And he says, no, next week, Monday Night Raw in Paris, thankfully, because we're going to get to see the great, phenomenal chant I'm hoping for AJ Styles again. He's going to be facing off against Dirty Dom for the IC title. And I got a feeling that he might actually win it this time because Dom's had this belt for a while and we wondered if he could be dropping it a few weeks back to AJ. This would make sense in a place like Paris, which suddenly France feels like AJ's home in some ways. We had a Bayley promo as well, one of those kind of hearing voices things. We saw it last week, of course, with the role model. This time, I believe it was the first time at least, we heard the voice of the Hugger Bayley as well. They showed a cool silhouette of both characters and some kind of shots where you didn't really see her face, but as both characters as well. She's feeling turmoil because she hears the Hugger first, then she hears the role model, and then she's kind of like freaking out about it. Look, I think it looks visually and audibly even quite cool, but for canon, for pro wrestling, it doesn't make sense, right? You could suspend your disbelief, right, for the Undertaker and for Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt Six, but like it can't keep going like unless Bayley really goes full force into this kind of supernatural character. Like, why are we hearing her voice? Like, the only other way is that she, in order to get across her point, has manufactured this video herself. Like, that's the only way they can get around it as far as making this, I guess, believable, right? I don't get it, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with her character. I can't lie. I think she needed a refresh, and I'm glad they're putting something into her, you know? So there's that at least. Lyra Valkyria, by the way, backstage as well with Adam Pearce, showing concern for Bayley. So it'll be interesting to see if I imagine they're just going to go into a feud, and after showing concern and compassion for Bayley, is going to suffer Bayley's wrath, you know. So I think this is going to be a bad ending essentially for Lyra Valkyria. What else did we get? Well, we get into the main event really. Bron Breakker's walking backstage with Bronson Reed. He's taken out Bronson Reed by Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has kind of pulled back a little bit. He's taken out outside of the venue, and then LA Knight, LA Knight attacks Bron Breakker, and then they basically just brawl onto the stage, down the ramp, around the ring, and then in the ring for the final portion of tonight's show. Again, another one of those that was kind of a long match. But maybe because I felt like it was dragging because I was looking at it as if it was going to be 45 minutes long. I was like, how are we going to get to the top of the hour? We didn't. It probably all in all was about 20 minutes out there at least. And then you had the bit, of course, backstage. Good match overall. Not the match of the night. That was Dragon Lee, as I say, and JD McDonough with a fantastic opener. But one that was kind of exciting at the end. And it was the typical thing. We'd seen CM Punk backstage. Surely he was going to go out there. We'd seen Jey Uso with a little kind of segment with Roman Reigns where, again, he was really hyping up this kind of, you know, like, it's my bad and you know, you're impressing people and you're doing good sort of thing. You do got to wonder where that's going. I don't think he should be turning heel. You could argue Jey was a little heelish tonight because he just kicked a bad guy. But bad guys can kick good guys, can kick good guys. No, he kicked a good guy is what I'm getting at. Seemed like a bad guy. Some people could take it that way. It's always risky when you do a good guy on good guy. It was also really risky for LA Knight. So I'm kind of jumping all over the place here, but that's what we got to at the end. LA Knight is getting beaten down by Seth Rollins because he's interrupted what ended up being a beatdown essentially at the end of the match because Bron Breakker wins with the spear. Seth Rollins comes out and just starts battering LA Knight. Jey Uso comes out to even things. Bronson Reed comes out as well. And then we get CM Punk. Massive ovation. Just like the other week, they start singing his theme song, Continue It. It looks fantastic. Again, the fans in Birmingham, great tonight. They get in the ring. Him and Seth start going at it after he's already taken out Bron Breakker. And the good guys basically prevail. The bad guys start running away. Clutching onto the world title is Seth Rollins next to Paul Heyman and his cronies. And then There's a little bit of shoving, argy-bargy from LA Knight and CM Punk. They're pushing each other. They accidentally knock over Jey Uso. Jey Uso super kicks LA Knight. And at this stage, I thought the two good guys standing over the other good guy in LA Knight was a risky move for someone like LA. Because of his character's kind of heelish, and it could be misinterpreted as, oh, we shouldn't like this guy, even though a lot of people do like him, of course. But CM Punk, people really like, and Jey Uso. I mean, people really like LA, don't get me wrong, but it's just a different kind of vibe. Anyway, different kind of character. Then what you get is Jay just super kicking CM Punk, like business for himself. That is it. He is in it on his own. And this is getting a laugh from Seth Rollins, who's cackling away and hits a yeet himself. Then Jey Uso gets the whole crowd to do a big old yeet, and that is pretty much how the show goes off the air as he starts yeeting up on the turnbuckle to take things home on this edition of Raw on Netflix. Coming to you live again, as it was from the UK, from Birmingham. A really, really fun show, and again, a hot crowd. Really, really like some of the chants they did here. The obvious ones, like the Roman Reigns to Daddy Cool, but the We Will Rock You chant saying Rhea Ripley was fantastic. Some really just funny chants. There was ones about I think about the shoes in the early going and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, give your shoes back or whatever it was. Fantastic audience, really, really on top of things, and a fun show overall. Again, I'm always kind of dubious about Monday Night Raw being 3 hours, but thankfully it didn't go that long, but I thought it was, so kind of just felt long in my head. It only went 35 minutes longer than SmackDown, but still 25 minutes shorter than a Monday Night Raw would usually be. But this has been your instant reaction review, guys. Once again, thank you to everyone that joined us for this stream. If you're watching live or on demand, we appreciate you. We want to know your thoughts, so get them in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. Subscribe if you haven't already. And as I mentioned, we're going to be hitting you with a watch-along experience for SmackDown on Friday when it comes to you live from France. Also in France, of course, we have Clash in Paris, where we'll have one of our build-up shows followed by a watch-along experience as well for Clash in Paris. It's not often we get to do these, guys, but we are privileged at the moment because these shows are coming from Europe, which means we can watch them at a reasonable time. So I hope you've enjoyed this review of Monday Night Raw, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of the tour. Again, make sure you join us on Friday night for our watch-along for SmackDown from Lyon. I've been Scott. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and we'll see you on the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.